Chapter 986. In fact, the military attack planned by Mytilades and Tegtinos this time was a replica of the Third Fleet's strategy to take over Alenia. Mytilades had long since thought of attacking St. Iberia, the financial processing center, but the failure of the previous attack on Sardinia Island made him realize that he wasn't strong enough. The special terrain of St. Iberia made it difficult for the fleet's infantry to escape from the Phoenician alliance even if the attack was successful. However, with the addition of the 9th Legion, his strength was greatly increased, and he decided to carry out this plan. After discussing with Tegtinos, he further refined the plan in order to achieve an even greater victory. They carefully learned about the specific situation on the island from the captives captured during the previous attack on Sardinia Island, and when they patrolled Sardinia Island, they surveyed the topography of the coast and came up with a way to land. They practiced it many times in Alenia before they began to carry it out. The first few cargo ships that entered St. Iberia's port were captured by the Third Fleet, but the crew that manned the cargo ships were from Alenia. They were all descendants of mixed Phoenicians and Greek. Although their appearance and accent were no different from the Phoenicians, they were of low status in Alenia and had no social status, so they could only work as laborers in the port. After the Third Fleet occupied Alenia, they were allowed to apply to become citizens of Diolia. Before becoming citizens, they could rent land, and after becoming citizens, they could own land. Naturally, they were supported by the Third Fleet, and they were eager to make contributions. There were no other soldiers on the decks of the warships of the Third Fleet that were wandering near the coast. This led the spies of St. Iberia City to make the wrong judgment. In fact, the soldiers of the 9th Legion were all hiding in the cabins. They only came out of the cabins and went ashore after the warships entered the port. Attacking St. Iberia was just a way for Mytilades to lure the Phoenician coalition army to help, but neither Mytilades nor Tegtinos had any intention of taking it. After all, St. Iberia was far from the core area of the Phoenicians in Sardinia, and it was not convenient to communicate with other Phoenician towns. If they only wanted to destroy Sardinia's supply of precious metals to Carthage, they could undoubtedly achieve their goal by taking over St. Iberia. However, since they had already dealt a heavy blow to the Phoenician coalition army, captured a large number of defeated soldiers, and cut off their retreat route, making it impossible for the rest of the defeated soldiers to escape to the south in time, leaving the southern part of Sardinia defenseless, Mytilades and Tegtinos' appetite naturally increased. They immediately targeted Saros. Once they took over this important Phoenician town in Sardinia, they would obtain a good port and abundant resources, which would be more beneficial to the 9th Legion's next battle in Sardinia. With the previous experience of taking over Alenia, the Dionia soldiers made some preparations and acted according to the plan. In order to ensure that the Alenians who joined the kingdom of Dionia would do their best, Mytilades also promised that as long as this plan succeeded, he would apply to the Ministry of Household so that the Alenians could immediately become citizens. So, these Alenians happily operated the 15 cargo ships that were parked in St. Iberia's port. The ships were filled with dazzling silver ingots, and they sailed out of the port. In order to ensure that the Carthaginian cargo ships that transported precious metals had enough cargo capacity, the ships were wide and long, and they needed at least 20 sailors. However, there weren't enough Alenians participating in this mission, and some of them were going to pretend to be the officers of the Phoenician coalition. Therefore, most of the sailors were the infantrymen of the fleet, and the Alenians were mainly the captains and helmsmen. The 15 cargo ships followed the speed of the Dionysian army, which was pretending to be the Phoenician coalition army on the coast road, and slowly sailed south. In the evening, when the sky turned dark, the fleet arrived at the port of Saros. Faced with the interrogation of the Carthage patrol ships, the captains, who had already experienced this before, answered calmly, "The Phoenician coalition army has defeated the Dionia army that attacked St. Iberia. For safety reasons, Sir Gizhib, the commander of the Phoenician coalition army, asked us to transport the smelted silver ingots to Saros for storage." Hearing the news of the victory of the Phoenician coalition army, the crew members of the patrol ships were excited, and the dazzling silver ingots attracted their attention. Not only were they not on guard, but they also didn't notice the sailors, who were disguised by the Greeks. So, the fleet was allowed to enter the port. The geographical location of the city of Saros was very special. It was built beside a large lagoon, and the lagoon had a long and narrow channel that connected to a large bay outside. Therefore, Saros had two ports. One was built in the bay, and the other was built in the city. Considering the importance of the silver ingots, the patrol ships decided to let the fleet enter the inner port. However, the distance between the bay and the inner port was 8 miles, and they had to pass through the long and narrow channel and 2 water gates. Because it was night time, the patrol ships in the front were sailing very slowly. The crew members of the fleet following behind them were very anxious, but they didn't dare to show it. According to the original plan, the fleet would stop at the outer port, occupy the port, open the water gates, and let the Third Fleet, which was full of soldiers of the 9th Legion, enter the port. Then, they would rush to reinforce the troops of the City of Deception. Now that their plan was disrupted, the Hellenians, who were pretending to be captains, didn't know what to do. The infantrymen, who were pretending to be sailors, also panicked a little at first, but they were brave enough to attack the Phoenicians. They quickly calmed down, comforted the Hellenians, and started to make preparations for an emergency. At the same time, the sentries on the city wall of Saros saw thousands of Phoenician soldiers escorting more than 100 captives. They were punching and kicking the captives to the bottom of the city wall. Then, the officer told the soldiers on the wall, "Master Jezheb has already defeated the Dionia and is on his way back." As the vanguard, he came back to tell the people the good news. At this time, the news of the victory of the Allied forces came from the water gate of the lagoon. After comparing the two, the sentries did not suspect anything. Not only did they open the gate, but they also excitedly ran down the wall, wanting to ask about the victory of the battle. However, they were greeted by sharp spears. After the 1,000 infantrymen disguised as Phoenician soldiers killed the sentries on the wall, they left 100 soldiers and the 100 soldiers disguised as captives to control the north gate. The remaining 900 soldiers were sent out to kill the people of Saros and create chaos on the streets as they advanced toward the center of the city. On this night, most of the citizens of Saros did not sleep peacefully. They were worried about their loved ones in the Phoenician coalition army. Suddenly, they heard the sounds of killing, and heard the fleeing citizens shouting, "The Dionians are coming!" They were all panicking. At this time, the alarm bell in the center of the city rang. Although the Allied forces had recruited many people of Saros, there were still some people left in the city. When they heard the alarm bell, they subconsciously put on their armor, picked up their weapons, and quickly rushed to the city square. Saros was a Phoenician town with a relatively large urban area. Since it was night time, the Third Fleet's infantrymen followed the map and ended up taking many wrong turns. By the time they arrived at the city square and the city hall next to it, more than 400 Saros militia had already gathered in the square. Thus, a fierce battle broke out between the two sides. Although the people of Saros were few in number, they fought to protect their homeland and performed very bravely. The infantrymen of the Third Fleet, who outnumbered them twice as much, could not defeat them in a short time. After the initial panic, the people of Saros rushed to the square under the organization of the officials of the town hall and surrounded the infantrymen of the Third Fleet. The infantrymen of the fleet were wearing the light armor of the Phoenician coalition army. They only had a leather helmet, a round wooden shield, and a long spear. They did not have any breastplates, so their defense was not strong. However, they were not afraid at all. Under the command of the team officers, they quickly formed a defensive circle and fought the enemies on all sides. The people of Saros were stabbed from time to time, but they were quickly replaced by people from the back. The sounds of fighting and screams continued, but it gradually calmed the people of the city. With the officials of the town hall running around and informing them, the square became the focus of the people of Saros that night. In order to drive the enemies out, people kept mustering their courage and rushing to help with rusty spears and wooden sticks. The whole square was brightly lit by torches. The infantrymen of the Dionysian fleet were surrounded by 3 layers of people. The Dionia's disguised fleet finally docked at the inner harbor. Although it was already night, considering that the cargo on the ships were all precious silver, to ensure safety, they had to unload the silver at night, transport it to the warehouse, and keep it safe. Therefore, the officials of the harbor went to inform the workers who had already gone to bed and asked the crew of the cargo ships to help unload the silver. The captains of the Hellenian fleet were afraid that if they refused, it would cause a quarrel and raise the vigilance of the enemy. Therefore, they agreed, but they deliberately delayed the time. Just then, the crew saw a group of people walking toward the harbor. They were half naked, and they seemed to be laborers who were here to unload the cargo. However, many of them were holding spears and shields, and the crew immediately became alert. There were 15 cargo ships, and on average, there were 20 sailors on each ship. There were more than 300 people in total, including 240 infantrymen. As the actual commander of this fleet, the captain of the infantrymen of the Third Fleet shouted decisively, "Prepare for battle." Chapter 987. The crew immediately fished out leather shields, spears, and daggers from the pile of silver and jumped onto the dock, charging at the incoming enemies. "They really are the enemy," the leading port official shouted, commanding the freemen at the dock to kill all the enemies who had ambushed them. It turned out that after the infantrymen successfully attacked the north gate and entered the city, the news of Dionia attacking quickly spread throughout the city. This was the complete opposite of the good news of the Phoenician coalition defeated the Dionysian army that came from the water gate. The city hall officials quickly realized that there was something wrong with the fleet that had rushed to the port in the middle of the night, so they urgently sent someone to inform the port. As the infantrymen of the Dionysian fleet had just entered the city, there was no fierce battle yet. Although the inner port was within the city, it was located in the most remote part of the south. The distance between the north and the south was relatively far, so the crew had not yet felt the changes in the city, and so the port was prepared. Because of the many benefits promised by the Saros officials, the laborers at the port swarmed forward, and the infantrymen of the fleet calmly lined up to meet the enemy. The battle at the port happened before the city. The infantrymen of the fleet were well trained, and unlike the unruly Saros free folk, they were able to inflict significant damage to the enemy. But the port officials kept organizing new laborers to surround them, using the advantage of numbers to suppress the foreign enemies at the port. At the same time, the area with the most young men in the city of Saros could not support the fierce battle in the city. The Dionia's army was surrounded at the city square and the port. This stalemate was extremely disadvantageous to them, because the Saros people, who were gradually stabilizing, gathered as many people as possible to surround and attack them, and they were isolated and helpless. When the fake Carthage fleet was lured into the Saros waterway, the Dionia fleet, which had lagged far behind, noticed the anomaly and immediately turned back to the north. To avoid being discovered and alerted by the Saros people, all the warships of the Third Fleet were anchored near the mountain range that separated Saint Iberia and Saros. At the time, the 9th Army Commander Tectonus was on the flagship of the Third Fleet. When he heard the news, Middleades was the first to feel nervous. He was worried that the Saros people had discovered a flaw and wanted to trick the fleet into the inner port of Saros. At the same time, he was also worried that the fleet would give themselves away and lead the army to the city of Saros to be ambushed. Because the infantrymen of the fleet were all under his command, and there were 1,500 of them, what if? He did not dare to think further. That was when Tegetinos spoke up decisively. "Lord Mithrados, since the situation has changed, I suggest that the warships of the Third Fleet head south at once and dock at the beach near the port of Saros. I will lead the 9th Legion to disembark and quickly head to the city of Saros to reinforce your army." Although Middleades was tempted, he was still a little worried. "That's too dangerous. If the Saros people have already discovered our plan and are prepared, there are many Phoenician towns near the bay. Once they join forces, the 9th Army will be surrounded by the enemy the moment they land. You'll be in grave danger." Tectonus laughed. "Lord Middleades, you're confused. The only Phoenician army on this island has already been annihilated by us. My 9th Army has 6,000 elite soldiers, with another 2,000 soldiers and 2,000 infantrymen guarding the port of St. Iberia to watch over the captured Phoenician captives, and a few hundred infantrymen guarding the 2 wooden bridges. Even if we march in Phoenician territory, do they have the power to stop us?" Tectonus' reminder made Middleades perk up. He had been too concerned just now and had forgotten about this. Thus, the order was given, and all the warships of the 3rd Saros fleet made use of the weak moonlight and the exquisite skills of the crew to quickly head south. When they saw the flashing lighthouse of the outer port of Saros in the distance, they knew that they were almost at the bay. With the lighthouse as a marker, the 3rd Saros fleet safely docked their warships on the beach, and the soldiers of the 9th Army quickly disembarked and assembled. Such a huge commotion naturally caused panic among the citizens of the outer port of Saros, but Tectonus did not care. He led the soldiers, following the directions on the map, along the shores of the lagoon and hurried north. Along the way, he unexpectedly met a messenger from the infantrymen of the fake city who had come to ask for reinforcements. It turned out that after the infantrymen of the fleet had tricked them into opening the north gate, they had sent someone to the outer port to receive the 9th Army. In the end, the soldier found that the outer port was quiet, and there was no sign of reinforcements. After that, the infantrymen of the fleet had sent someone to check, but there was still no change. However, there were changes within the city. After the people of Saros had surrounded the enemies who had charged into the city, the situation had stabilized. At this time, they remembered that the north gate was still in the hands of the enemy, and so they organized another group of people to recapture it. There were only 200 Dionysian fleet infantrymen guarding the north gate, and when they saw a large number of people of Saros swarming towards them, they sensed the urgency of the situation and had no choice but to send someone to the outer port to check out the situation, hoping to find something, but they just happened to run into the 9th Army. After Tectonus had a general understanding of the situation in the city, he immediately ordered the soldiers to hurry. The outer port was less than 5 miles from Saros, and they had already covered half of it, so it did not take long for the soldiers of the 9th Army to reach the north gate. At this time, the infantrymen of the fleet had been divided into 2 groups. One group was at the top of the city, stubbornly defending the suspension bridge. Saros was close to the lagoon and had a moat, and the other group was blocking the gate, preventing the people of Saros from closing the gate. Their thin defensive line was already crumbling under the onslaught of the people of Saros. Tectonus did not hesitate to rush to the front, leading the soldiers into the north gate, and the bugler blew the bugle to attack just in time. Whoa! The sonorous sound of the bugle rang throughout the city, rousing the infantrymen in the city, but leaving the people of Saros in shock. The soldiers of the 9th Army were not the infantrymen of the fleet, but the real heavy infantry of Dionia. They wore black armor, long shields, and short swords. Because it was night and they could not see their targets clearly, short swords were more effective than bayonets, as they attacked the people of Saros at the gate. When the people of Saros saw new enemies pouring in through the gate, and not knowing how many reinforcements they had, their morale dropped, and they did not hold out for long before they began to scatter. Tectonus did not order a pursuit, and instead ordered the soldiers of the 9th Army to advance towards the place where the sounds of battle were the loudest. Not long after, the vast army of soldiers arrived at the brightly lit square, and charged at the people of Saros who were surrounding the infantrymen of the fleet. The people of Saros immediately collapsed. It was only then that the infantrymen at the center of the fleet appeared before Tectinus's eyes. Seeing the arrival of reinforcements, they finally relaxed, dropping their shields and spears in exhaustion as they sat on the ground. All around them were Saros people, some completely trampled into meat paste, while others were moaning in pain. There were even elderly and women amongst them. Such a bloody scene shocked even Tectinus, who had experienced countless battles. But he immediately sent out 3,000 men to pursue the fleeing people of Saros, and ordered them to kill any Saros that appeared on the streets. Tectinus felt uneasy about the resistance of the people of Saros, and was determined to crush them once and for all. What he did not know, however, was that the people of Saros were not as brave as he had imagined. If it had been the 9th Army who had attacked Saros from the start, the people of Saros would have given up long ago. It was only because there were less than 1,000 infantrymen who entered the city, and compared to such a large city, this number was not enough to intimidate them, which gave the people of Saros hope. At the same time, Tectinus sent another 3,000 men to the inner port, but the free citizens of the port had long since dispersed, leaving only a little more than 100 infantrymen at the docks to help their wounded comrades. In the latter half of the night, the soldiers of the 9th Army patrolled the streets of the city, and whenever they saw the people of Saros roaming the streets, they would cut them down without a word. Tectinus also interrogated the people of Saros who had been captured, and sent his men to arrest the most important officials of Saros City Hall. The people of Saros had long since lost their courage to fight, and they all fled home in fear, not daring to make a sound. All they could do was hug their families helplessly, and pray silently to the god they worshipped. Gradually, the entire city returned to silence. According to the casualty statistics, the Dionysian army had suffered nearly 600 casualties in this battle, mainly the infantrymen, while the people of Saros had suffered 4,000 casualties. Including the 2,000 Saros militia from the defeated and captured Phoenician coalition, the city of Saros had lost 2/3 of its population and suffered a heavy blow. But this was not the worst for the people of Saros. In the early hours of the second day, Tectinus sent his men to seize the outer port and the waterways, capturing 5 Phoenician warships that had not managed to escape. The 3rd Fleet entered the inner port through the waterways, and the Mytilades and Tectinus, who were heartbroken over the casualties of the infantrymen, had a discussion. In view of the stubborn resistance of the people of Saros last night, and the heavy casualties caused by the army, both sides were now mortal enemies. For the safety of the army, and to intimidate the other Phoenician towns on the island, they decided to reduce all the people of Saros to slaves, and immediately use the warships of the 3rd Fleet to forcibly transport them back to Trine. For the other Phoenician cities on the island of Sardinia, they had just heard of the looting of Saint Iberia by the Dionia the day before, and the next day, the people of Saros had fled to their towns and asked for help, saying that the people of Dionia had captured Saros and were slaughtering the people of Saros. Chapter 988. These Phoenician towns and cities were all terrified. Not long after, envoys from Dionia arrived at the towns and cities near Saros. The envoys demanded that they immediately surrender to Dionia. Otherwise, they would end up like the people of Saros when the army attacked. The actual rulers of these towns, the Carthage judges, were either killed in battle or were trapped in Santa Iberia because the roads were blocked. The city hall officials who had lost their leader were at a loss, and the people were in a state of panic. Although Morbar had won a naval battle, he was not in a good mood. Instead, his mood became heavier. It was not because of the high casualties of the Carthage sailors who served as bait, but because he realized the strength of the Dionia navy. Therefore, after he returned to the port of Carthage, when the people were cheering for the hard-won naval victory, he wrote a letter to the Senate. In the letter, he briefly described the whole process of the naval battle, and then emphasized that he believed that the Dionia navy not only surpassed Carthage in overall strength, but also their tactics were ahead of Carthage. The training, fighting spirit, and ability of the Dionia navy were also stronger than that of the Carthage navy. In a short period of time, it was impossible for the Carthage navy to regain the dominance of the western sea of Sicily. If the war continued, they might even lose control of the Africa coast, and Carthage would have to face a direct threat from the sea. For the sake of Carthage's safety, they should temporarily negotiate with Dionia to buy time, rebuild the Dionia navy, develop new naval tactics for the Dionia navy, and strengthen their training, so that they could regain the dominance of the sea in the future. When the contents of the letter were read in the Senate, it immediately caused an uproar in the meeting room. For the first time, someone spoke the truth so bluntly. Based on Morbar's own reputation and position in the navy, what he said was more credible. However, Carthage, who had always claimed to be the Western Mediterranean Sea superpower, was torn apart. This made many senators very dissatisfied, especially when he mentioned negotiating with Dionia, which touched some people's bottom line. The Maganid faction, led by Pretacuba, criticized this. They criticized Morbar for being too old and completely losing the courage of his youth. At a time when both countries had spent a huge amount of resources, gathered such a huge army, and were about to fight an unprecedented war to decide the fate of the country, he said these words that shook the morale of the people. If they did not know that he had contributed a lot to Carthage over the past few decades, they would definitely think that he was a traitor of Carthage, who wanted to betray the interests of Carthage. Therefore, in this important war, Morbar was no longer worthy to be the commander of the Carthage navy. On the other hand, the Hanoverian faction, led by Hanno, strongly supported Morbar. They strongly praised Morbar. Whether it was the many achievements he had made for Carthage in the past, or the fact that he knew that saying these words would damage his prestige in the past, but he still said them bravely. All these showed that he was a true patriot. Among the citizens of Carthage, there was no one more experienced and knowledgeable than Morbar. If even he thought so, it meant that the Carthage navy was indeed at a disadvantage. In that case, they should take advantage of the fact that they had just won a naval war and had not shown any obvious signs of decline to negotiate with Dionia. This was the most correct and most selfless way to do it. On the other hand, the neutral faction showed some differences on this issue. The younger senators, led by El Acra, believed that Carthage had already spent a lot of money on this war. If they suddenly wanted to negotiate for peace when the war was about to be decided, not only would the people of the city be confused, but it would also lead to protests from the nobles. The Senate would not be able to explain to the citizens. Since Margo became the commander of the Carthage army, he had not suffered any defeat in the battle against the Dionysian army. They obviously did not count Serene's night attack. Perhaps the Carthage navy was weaker than the Dionia navy, but the army commanded by Margo was still stronger than the Dionia army. Otherwise, why did the Dionysian army not dare to take the initiative to attack us? As long as the army in Sicily could win the battle, the whole war situation would be very different. At that time, whether it was war or peace, we would have more initiative. The old senators, led by Esiaruba, made a vague suggestion. They could first send an envoy to the Dionia camp in the name of peace negotiations. They could first understand the attitude of the Dionia people towards the peace negotiations and the conditions they proposed, and then bring it back to the Senate for discussion. In fact, Esiaruba felt that with the strength of the Dionia in diplomacy, under the current situation, the conditions they proposed would definitely be more harsh, and the people of Carthage would definitely not accept it. This way, they could dispel the attempt of the senators in the Senate to compromise, led by the Hanoverian faction, so that the entire Senate could face this war together. But Hanno's idea was, Ocradon had mentioned peace negotiations before, but everyone treated it as a joke. And this time, even if the proposal for peace did not succeed in the end, it could leave a mark in the hearts of the senators. The next time the situation changed, he could bring it up again, and the possibility of success would be very high. As the peace negotiations with Dionia was a very important topic, the senators had been arguing fiercely for a few days, and could not come to a decision at all. However, they did not forget their business. They sent someone to tactfully remind Morbar that the senators already knew about the letter he wrote, and they had discussed about it. As the commander of the navy, he should devote more energy to how to lead the fleet to protect the route between Sicily and the western part of Sicily, and destroy more of the Dionia's warships. Morbar was very displeased, and he drove the Senate's envoy out of the Carthage military port. As one of the founders of the Dionia navy, Sicilian had never tasted defeat for more than 10 years. He had a good reputation among the people, and was supported by the sailors in the navy. Although the Devers later deliberately suppressed him a little by establishing 4 fleets without a commander, it could not suppress his inner confidence and pride. But in this naval battle, he was led by the nose by Carthage's people from beginning to end. In the end, when Carthage's people achieved their real goal, he was still in the dark. One could imagine how sullen and regretful he was. After returning from Maloia, he locked himself in his bedroom and stayed alone for most of the day. At dusk, he walked out of the door and asked the guards to immediately inform the commanders of the Sicilian fleet to come for a meeting. Stephacas and the other 2 hurried over. When Sicilian saw them, he immediately told them the news he learned from the King of Devers. The 3 of them looked at each other with indescribable surprise on their faces, especially Stephacas. He never expected that when he was leading his B squadron to pursue the Carthaginian merchant ships in the waters with many islands, the Carthaginians had the audacity to use thousands of merchant ships to transport supplies for the Sicilian army not far away from him, and he did not even notice it. Sicilian looked at the 3 of them who were shocked and said in a low voice, "This time we have suffered a failure, but this is not your fault. The main responsibility lies with me. I carried out the task given by His Majesty the Devers rigidly. Although the Sicilian fleet clearly had a great advantage in strength, we only cared about patrolling the waters of Sicily, which was equivalent to changing from an attack to a defense. It is undoubtedly very difficult to defend on the vast sea, and when we encounter a cunning enemy, we are forced to be very passive. Since the establishment of the Dionia navy, even when we were at our weakest, we won by bold attacks, not conservative defense. Attack is the nature of the Dionia navy, so I have decided to change our previous approach and take the initiative to attack Carthage and his Phoenician allies. We will attack their territory in Africa, change our passive position, and boost the morale of the entire fleet." When the 3 of them heard this, their spirits were lifted, but they were also a little worried. "Sir, His Majesty asked us to concentrate on sealing off the waters of Sicily. If we attack, we will not be able to cruise anymore. If His Majesty knows that we did not carry out his orders, then, don't worry," Sicilian said confidently. "I remember that His Majesty once said, 'Attack is the best defense.' As long as we carry out a few successful raids, the Carthage people will be worried about the safety of their homeland. They will not dare to let their fleet leave the coast of Africa at will. This will also make it difficult for the generals of the Carthage fleet to judge whether the Sicilian fleet is attacking or cruising. This will be more beneficial for us to seal off the waters of Sicily. In addition, as far as I know, the territories and allies of the Carthage in Africa have never been attacked. If we succeed, it will be a great honor, and the Carthage people will be greatly shocked. Perhaps it will even change the current stalemate on Sicily, and bring about a more favorable impact on us." After Sicilian was criticized by the Devers, he closed his door and pondered for a long time. He considered more comprehensively. After he confidently expressed his thoughts, he emphasized, "I have already sent a messenger to Minoa to tell His Majesty my new plan. I believe he will definitely approve it." The 3 commanders of the B fleet were immediately convinced by him. Stephacas asked eagerly, "Sir, where are you going to attack?" Sicilian pointed at the map that had been prepared on the table. When the 3 of them looked at it, they could not help but exclaim, "Hadrumetum? Library of Literature. Chapter 989. Yes, Hadrumetum, Cycerian said loudly. Don't underestimate it just because it's far away from us. The Carthage must have neglected their defenses because of the distance. More importantly, the Sicilian fleet was attacked and suffered heavy losses. Even militias died in the battle. After interrogating the captives, we found out that the fleet that attacked us was from the Phoenicians of the eastern continent. Their fleet is stationed here. Cycerian pointed at the icon of Hadrumetum with his finger and said hatefully, since these eastern Phoenicians who have never been to the western Mediterranean can successfully attack our fleet from Hadrumetum, of course we can also successfully attack Hadrumetum, destroy their remaining warships, and capture all of them to avenge our fallen brothers. The three of them listened and nodded solemnly. Thus, the three of them carried out active preparations according to Cycerian's request. The next day, in the Minoan Dionysius camp, Devers could not help but sigh after reading Cycerian's letter. This Cycerian is going to take another risk. Talmud took the letter, and after reading it with Printos, he said in relief, Your Majesty, doesn't Therian's idea coincide with your next plan? If Sisai's fleet successfully attacks Hadrumetum, maybe the Carthage Senate will really force the Carthage army to attack us, Printos said after some consideration. Since Cycerian is willing to take the risk, let him attack. When the third fleet arrives, let the Middle-Aids take on more patrol duties. Devers thought for a moment and said solemnly, but remind him not to underestimate the commander of the Carthage fleet. When raiding the coast of Africa, we need to fully consider all kinds of unexpected situations and be fully prepared. I'll reply to him now, Tormid said. At this moment, Marcius walked into the tent. Your Majesty, a letter from the Third Fleet. Middle-Aids received our orders so quickly. Devers was surprised, but he soon realized that it was impossible. It would take at least 3 days to travel from Minoa to Alenia, and it would take at least 2 days to reach the Trine naval base. There was no way Middle-Aids could receive the order and respond in such a short time. So he opened the letter curiously, and then let out a cry of surprise. Middle-Aids and Tegtinus actually raided Saint Iberia of Sardinia Island, and even captured Saros. When Tormid and Printos heard this, they hurried over to read the battle report. This Middle-Aids really knows how to surprise people. Devers sighed again. Your Majesty, the Navy has one more high-ranking general who can win the battle. This is the blessing of Hades, and it also increases the kingdom's chances of defeating Carthage. Printos was still carefully reading the battle report, but Tormid immediately congratulated Devers. What a blissful worry! Devers looked at the two of them and asked, Now that the Third Fleet and the Ninth Legion have achieved such a great victory in Sardinia, should we let them continue to expand their victory in Sardinia? Or should we call the Third Fleet back according to the original plan? Your Majesty. Printos deliberated and said, According to the battle report, the Third Fleet and the Ninth Legion have severely damaged the only Phoenician army on Sardinia Island, and they have also occupied the important Sardinian town of Saros and the port of Saint Iberia. It can be said that they have successfully completed the task you gave them of destroying the transport of precious metals from Sardinia to Carthage. Under the threat of the Ninth Legion, Saint Iberia and the other Phoenician city-states on the island can no longer take the risk of smelting and transporting metals. Moreover, there is no longer any power on the island that can compete with the Ninth Legion, which has a more complete lineup. After Tegtinus stabilizes the order in Saros, he can completely continue to attack the nearby weak Phoenician towns. You mean, the plan to transfer the Third Fleet to Sicily remains unchanged, and let the Ninth Legion independently undertake the task of conquering Sardinia. Devers tapped his fingers on the back of the chair and asked, Yes, Your Majesty. Devers pondered for a moment, then said in a low voice, Carthage needs Sardinia's precious metals to support their war, and our treasury is also in urgent need of gold and silver. It's just that Tegtinus only knows how to fight and doesn't know how to govern cities and towns. He thought again, then turned to look at Henoborus, who was sitting at the side quietly taking notes, and said loudly, "Henny, immediately write a letter to the Senate and ask them to immediately elect an elder with strong administrative ability to be the administrator of Saros. His main task is to manage the Phoenician towns conquered by the Ninth Legion, restore the production of precious metals there, and provide the kingdom with enough precious metals from Sardinia." Manage the Phoenician towns conquered by the Ninth Legion? If the Ninth Legion conquered all the Phoenician towns on Sardinia Island, wouldn't the administrator of Saros become the governor of Sardinia Island? When Henoboris heard this, he wanted to remind Devers, but he changed his mind and dispelled the idea. After all, as half a scholar, Henoboris had read about Sardinia Island. During this period of time following Devers, he knew some secret. In order to better control Sardinia, Carthage did not allow the towns of Sardinia to be too strong. Therefore, he consciously controlled the population of the various Phoenician towns. The most common methods were to reduce the import of food and encourage, or even force, towns with excessive populations to build colonial cities. The new towns were all built on the Afrikaans continent and within the area that Carthage could control. Therefore, other than Saros and Calaris, which had a population of tens of thousands, the other Phoenician towns in Sardinia had a population of less than 10,000, and many of them had a population of less than 5,000. The reason why Saros had a large population was not because they had fertile plains along the river, but because Carthage needed Saros to have a sufficient population to provide labor for the smelting and transportation of precious metals in Saint Iberia. In addition, when Saint Iberia was in danger, Saros could provide swift military protection nearby. Of course, the power to dispatch troops was in the hands of Judge Carthage. As for Calaris, because Carthage used it as the main port for the trade of goods on Sardinia Island, it certainly needed enough manpower to load and unload goods, transport goods to other towns, and provide accommodation, entertainment, and other services for Carthage's merchants. Therefore, according to the estimates of the Intelligence Department of Dionia, the Phoenician population of the entire island of Sardinia is far less than the population of the city of Thurii. It is about the same as the population of the large cities of Crotone, Catanae, and Tarentum. Perhaps because of this, His Majesty felt that the position of administrator was enough. Henoboris looked at the Devers, but his mind was filled with thoughts. Of course, the Devers did not know that Henoboris was thinking about so many things at this moment. He continued, "Tormid, write a letter to the Ministry of Military Affairs and ask Helos and the others to find a way to send 3 to 4 companies of reserve soldiers to Tegtinos to ensure that the Ninth Legion has enough troops to complete the conquest of Sardinia." Tormid did not respond immediately. He wanted to say something but hesitated. "Is there a problem?" the Devers asked. "Your Majesty, the Ministry of Military Affairs will send another 4,000 reserve soldiers to Sardinia. This should not be a problem. But according to Your Majesty's plan, the more than 10,000 soldiers led by the Ninth Legion will probably stay in Sardinia for a long time. This will be another huge consumption of military rations. Now, the kingdom has done its best to supply the Sicilian army with rations." The Devers smiled and said unhurriedly, "It is precisely because I know that the kingdom has done its best to support this war that I want Tegtinos to conquer Sardinia. When the administrator of Saros is in place and the reserve soldiers arrive, Tegtinos' first target of attack should be Santa Iberia. After capturing it, the administrator will reorganize manpower to mine ores, smelt metals, and transport the precious metals back to Thurii. The kingdom's treasury will be replenished, and the new money can be used to buy food in Cyrenaica, Egypt, and Yoke. Not only will it be able to satisfy the food supply of the more than 10,000 people in Tegtinos, it will also greatly ease the kingdom's financial burden. So, the letter to the Senate and the Ministry of Military Affairs should emphasize this issue." Henoboris had already guessed what the Devers were thinking, so his expression was relatively calm. Tormid and Printos were suddenly enlightened, and Tormid repeatedly expressed his admiration for the Devers's decision. Any war must serve the interests of the kingdom. If it's just for the sake of fighting, even if we can win, it won't do us any good, so there's no need to start this war. The Devers could not help but say a few more words. Seeing that the two were deep in thought, he paused for a moment and then changed the topic. Our original plan was to transfer the Third Fleet over and station it on the north coast of Sicily, under the command of Sicerian, and jointly blockade the western seas of Sicily. But now that Middleades has made a new contribution, if I transfer the Third Fleet to Sicily and listen to Sicerian's command, won't he be dissatisfied? Your Majesty, as far as I know, Middleades is not a person with a flamboyant personality, and has never made any excessive requests to the Ministry of Military Affairs, so he shouldn't be dissatisfied. Besides, Sicerian was his former superior after all. Tormid consoled. Chapter 990. Devers did not think much of it. During the time he spent with Middleades in Latin, he had observed that Middleades was indeed not an outgoing person, but he was also a strong-willed person. The reason why he had never made any harsh requests to the Ministry of Military Affairs, unlike Sicerian, who often made requests to the Ministry of Military Affairs to increase the number of warships, increase the number of personnel, improve port facilities, and so on, was because he felt that he did not have any outstanding achievements, so he was not qualified to make such requests. However, his performance in this war could be said to be quite amazing, even more so than the performance of the Sicilian fleet led by Sicerian. Under such circumstances, his mentality would naturally be different from before, and the mentality of the crew of the Third Fleet would also rise. It would not be easy to make them lower their heads and act small. At this moment Printos said, "Your Majesty, although the Third Fleet only has 150 warships, they were able to defeat Carthage's new fleet, which used to protect Sardinia. I think they can also deal with the current Carthage fleet independently. Also, judging from the performance of the Third Fleet, they are very good at ambushing the enemies on the shore. In this case, we can completely let the Sicilian fleet and the Third Fleet be in the north and south respectively, and not be under each other's command. At the same time, we can give them the task of blockading the western waters of Sicily, attacking the territories of Carthage and its allies, and annihilating the Carthage fleet." Devers's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously used his fingers to tap on the back of the chair. "Your Majesty, how can we do that? It will be a mess. Putting aside the fact that Sicerian will be dissatisfied, the two fleets will not be under each other's command, and there will be no coordination. It will be a mess when the time comes, for example, blockading the western waters of Sicily at the same time, or raiding the same place at the same time. This is indeed a problem, but Sicerian and Middleades are both very smart people. They will consciously coordinate their actions," Devers said disapprovingly. Then, he raised his voice. "Let the Sicilian fleet and the Third Fleet act separately and complete the same mission. Let them compete with each other. I think this is a good idea, because competition will force the two fleets to display their potential, give them more motivation, and let them take the initiative. That will be a disaster for the Carthage fleet." "I understand." Tormid glanced at Printos and asked, "Your Majesty, should we tell Sicerian about this?" Devers shook his head and said, "Previously, when the Sicilian fleet was humiliated, Sicerian was motivated and decided to carry out this ambush mission. What he needs now is patience and meticulous preparation. If I tell him now, I'm afraid he will lose his mind. Let's tell him after he returns successfully." "Yes." Devers readily agreed to let the two fleets compete with each other. There was another important reason that he did not say. In the army, there was no senior general who could dominate. Alexis and Prasosis had slightly better battle records. Amintas, Helos, and Capus were not bad either. Most importantly, his own position in the army was unshakable. But in the navy, Sicerian's prestige was too high. Devers could not personally command the navy, so in the past, Sicerian had the final say in the navy. Even though Devers had taken some measures, such as building 4 fleets, not having a commander. During times of war, they still had to rely on Sicerian. Now that there was finally a middle-aged with outstanding abilities, of course he had to support them. This would be beneficial to the division of power in the navy. So he continued, although the 9th Legion cannot come to Sicily, Plisos has already taken down the main city of Syracuse. The 7th Legion and 8th Legion have no missions for the time being, so they can follow Legio III to move around the north coast. The people of Carthage definitely do not know about this. The Phoenician cities on the north coast should be relatively weak, so we can seize this opportunity to give the Carthage army a sudden blow. As for the specific target, let Prososus and the middle-aged discuss and decide. Tormid and Printos nodded in agreement. What's the situation with the various troops now? Devers asked again. As there are many new recruits in each legion, and there are also the Roman soldiers who have joined the legions, they have been training these days to integrate these new recruits into the legions as soon as possible. Tormid said. Ask them to hurry up. It may not be long before they enter the battlefield. At dusk, Sicerian received the order from Devers to attack. He quickly ordered all the crew to go to bed as soon as possible to ensure that they had enough strength for the next day's adventure. On the other hand, he discussed with a few old sailors of Selinus to determine the sailing route. Then, he discussed with the 3 sub-fleet commanders and the infantry commander of the Sicilian fleet based on the information revealed by the Phoenician captives from the eastern Mediterranean Sea on how to attack Hadrumetum. They worked until late into the night. On the second day, before dawn, Selinus port was already bustling with activity. The crew woke up early, washed up, dressed, and had breakfast. Then, under the lead of the boatswain, they went to the warship dock they belonged to. Everyone worked together to drag the warship into the water, boarded it, and took their positions. Next, the fleet's infantrymen, who were already assembled, quickly went up to the deck of the Raven warship. By the time everything was ready, a ray of sunlight had just appeared on the horizon. Sicerian boarded the flagship with large strides. The captain welcomed him with a face full of joy. My lord, Poseidon has blessed us. There is a slight north wind. Good, this is a good omen. Sicerian smiled as well. He took a large wooden cup from the captain and walked to the side of the ship. He prayed and thanked Poseidon sincerely, then solemnly poured the wine in the cup into the sea. Let's go, he said. The flagship raised the green flag, but did not blow the bugle. This was because they were worried that the Carthage army outside Selinus would be alerted and notify Carthage's own fleet. However, the captains of every warship were watching the flagship closely. As soon as they saw the flag signal, they were ready to set off immediately. The first to leave the port was the subfleet led by Stephacas. The last time they were ambushed by the Carthage fleet, Stephacas was calm and eventually succeeded in saving more than half of the warship. That was why Sicerian still trusted him with the heavy responsibility of being the vanguard because of his steadiness. Stephacas's ship sailed at the head of the fleet. 2 old sailors of Selinus sat on the deck. In this era without a compass, it was relatively difficult to determine the direction in the vast sea, especially at night. Experienced old sailors were good at observing the stars in the night sky to determine the direction. Now that the sky had just brightened, the stars could still be seen in the gray sky. At the same time, with the sun on the horizon as a marker, it was easier to determine the direction. All the warships of the Sicilian fleet hoisted their sails and headed south with the north wind. More than 2 hours later, Stephacas's lookout on the mainmast shouted, "There's an island ahead." Stephacas immediately leaned over the railing at the bow and stared ahead. At the same time, he asked, "Is it Cossula Island?" The 2 old sailors widened their eyes and looked ahead, but it was too far away for them to see clearly. After a while, when they saw the outline of the island, they nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, that's it." Raise 3 green flags. Order the sailors to sprint forward. Stefakas gave the order decisively. What he was most worried about was that the people on the island would discover their fleet and escape in advance. But he was obviously worried too much. At this time, the sun had just risen over the horizon. Many of the Cossulans had not yet woken up, and no one had gone out to sea to fish so early. As a result, the battleships of the subfleet led by Stefakas quickly arrived and blocked the only southern port of Kossula Island. The 1,500 infantrymen of the fleet had already taken off their armor and only tied leather shields in front of their chests, because they were buoyant, and tied daggers to their backs. They all jumped into the sea, swam past the simple iron chains and water gates, swam into the port and quickly boarded the dock. By the time all the fleets of Sicily gathered in front of the port of Kossula Island, the entire island had been captured by the fleet's infantrymen. The success of the first step did not let Sicorian relax. He ordered half of the clippers to stay with Kossula Island as the center, mainly to explore the southwest waters. If there were any abnormalities, they would immediately rush to the coast of Hadrumetum and inform the entire fleet. And all the warships did not stop here. They continued south, heading straight for the city of Hadrumetum. Puzerica, the commander of the Phoenician combined fleet in the eastern Mediterranean, was actually very reluctant to lead the army to the western Mediterranean. However, Tyre and the other Phoenician city-states were extremely dependent on the precious metals provided by Carthage to ensure the status of the Phoenician region in the Persia Empire. Therefore, he had to help Carthage win the war at sea and ensure the smooth sea route. And as the admiral of Tyre's service to Persia, he was the undisputed candidate to be the commander of the combined fleet. The people of Tyre, especially the nobles, had complicated feelings for Carthage. It came from the internal strife of the Tyre royal family hundreds of years ago. A group of rebels were expelled from Tyre and eventually wandered to the western Mediterranean, where they established Carthage. At that time, the officials sent by Tyre to the western Mediterranean to be in charge of the mining and transportation of precious metals did not even bother to stay in this city-state established by the rebels, who knew that after hundreds of years of changes, the Phoenician region was first conquered by Assyria and later became a dependency of Persia. Tyre's control and influence over the Phoenician colony in the western Mediterranean was greatly weakened, while Carthage gradually rose and gradually took over the power and wealth of Tyre, Sidon, and other eastern Phoenician city-states in the western Mediterranean. Finally, it became the most powerful Phoenician colony in the western Mediterranean. Chapter 991. In the process of taking over, Carthage and Tyre had conflicts, but in the end, the handover was completed relatively smoothly, and no major war broke out. The political situation in the east was really bad at that time, and Tyre could not even protect himself. How could he have the ability to start a war with Carthage? The two sides finally reached a century-long agreement, not because they were of the same race, but because Carthage needed the eastern Phoenician region headed by Tyre to provide more colonial population and trade markets. Tyre, on the other hand, needed the precious metals of the western Mediterranean. It was a win-win situation. For 100 years, Carthage and Tyre had close contacts and had pleasant cooperation, but this was all in trade. There had never been political exchanges between the top officials of the city-states, and this was the first time they had cooperated in military matters. Why didn't Puzerica directly enter the port of Carthage when he led his fleet to the western Mediterranean? One reason was to avoid being discovered by the Ionia navy early. Another reason was that Carthage was now powerful and rich in the western Mediterranean, which Tyre, who was now living under someone else's roof, could not compare to. Hence, the pride of the Tyre aristocracy made him choose to stay in the colony once established by the Tyre people, which was now called Hadrumetum, rather than go to the prosperous Carthage to avoid feeling disappointed. At the same time, Puzerica also wanted to use victory after victory to show the people of Carthage that Tyre and the eastern Phoenician region were still the most powerful support for Carthage. Who knew that the first ambush that he had meticulously planned would be reversed by the Dianians even though he had an obvious advantage. Furthermore, many of his crew members had been captured. Puzerica led the remaining warships back to Hadrumetum and immediately sent someone to inform the Carthage Senate, hoping that they could ransom the captured Phoenician crew members. However, a few days later, the Senate responded. Dionia agreed to exchange the captives, but only agreed to a 1-to-1 exchange. Since the number of East Phoenician crew members was higher, a small number of them might not be able to be exchanged. Although Therica was angry, there was nothing she could do. Dionia's attitude was firm and persisted in not accepting the ransom. In the end, some of the East Phoenician captives could not be rescued. This made Therica afraid to lead the remaining warships back to the eastern Mediterranean, for fear of being questioned by the people. At the same time, the strength of the Dionia navy made him feel afraid. He refused to go to sea for Carthage on the grounds that the fleet was seriously damaged and needed a long time to recuperate. He stayed in Hadrumetum for a few months, hoping that Carthage and Dionia would finally decide the winner and reach a truce so that he could redeem his compatriots and return home. However, according to what he learned during this time, Therica felt that although the Carthage navy was at a disadvantage, it was impossible to stop the war in a short period of time. However, the crew members stayed in the city of Hadrumetum every day and inevitably missed home after a long time. They asked him many times to return to the eastern Mediterranean, and every time he persuaded them, he had to use a lot of persuasion. Now, even he himself was wavering. Should he return to the eastern Mediterranean first, wait for the war to end, and ask Carthage to help him redeem his compatriots? For the past few days, he had been struggling with this problem. He could not eat or sleep well. He only fell asleep late last night and was still asleep this morning. Suddenly, he was woken up by someone. "General, Dionia has entered the city." "Are you kidding me? This is Africa, not Sicily." Therica scolded his men loudly, but then he heard the deafening screams and cries outside. His face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly said, "Quick! Go to the port. Drive our warships away from here." Therica did not know that one of the main purposes of the Sicilian fleet attacking the city of Hadrumetum was to destroy the East Phoenician coalition fleet. Because it was far away from Carthage, and the port of Hadrumetum where it was anchored was not very strong, it was very easy to succeed. The Sicilian fleet docked directly on the beach south of Hadrumetum. 7,000 fleet infantrymen quickly jumped off the Raven warship, carried the prepared ladder, and went straight to the city of Hadrumetum, not far away. It was almost noon. The people of Hadrumetum, who lived a comfortable life, had just finished their breakfast. Some people were strolling out of the city, preparing to go to the farms outside the city to supervise the Namibian slaves to prepare for the winter sowing. However, they ran into the Diolinian soldiers rushing toward them like wolves and tigers. The people of Hadrumetum, who had been living for a long time, were suddenly frightened and ran toward the city in panic. The few sentries on the city wall encountered such a crisis for the first time in their lives. After a moment of panic, they remembered to close the city gate, but at this time, the city gate could not be closed because the people who had fled back had blocked the entire gate. The infantry of the Dionysian fleet did not even use the ladder and easily killed their way into the city. While they created chaos in the city, their main force went straight to the port. Therica rushed to the port, and as soon as he boarded the warship, the infantry of the Dionysian fleet arrived and killed many of the East Phoenician crew who had not yet boarded the warship. The unarmed East Phoenicians were brutally slaughtered. Therica saw this and hurriedly ordered the warship to leave the port. Little did he know that the warship of the Dionysian fleet was just outside the port. As soon as it left the port, it was hit and sunk. The other warships and merchant ships hurriedly turned back, colliding with each other and creating a mess. On this day, Carthage's elders were anxiously discussing the matter of the Dionia occupying the port of Santa Iberia and Saros. Everyone discussed for a long time, but they did not come up with any effective suggestions. It was because Carthage had now concentrated almost all the land and navy in the direction of Sicily, and there was no extra military power to support Sardinia. Only then did they realize that Carthage was not much stronger than Dionia, and up to this point in the battle, Carthage was at a clear disadvantage. Pretacuba suggested, carry out another war mobilization with Carthage and the Phoenician allies, recruit 20,000 to 30,000 troops, and let Lord Morbar lead the fleet to Calaris in Sardinia. Wait for an opportunity to recapture Saros and Santa Iberia, which have been occupied by the Dionia, and restore the normal order of Sardinia. Ecriton sneered at this and said mockingly, recruit another 20,000 to 30,000 people? Does Lord Pretacuba think that we, Carthage, are Persia, that we can have an endless source of soldiers? Let me tell you, since the beginning of this war, Carthage has recruited nearly 50,000 soldiers. This includes naval personnel, and they are the majority. So far, nearly 20,000 people have been killed or injured. Do you think that Carthage has more soldiers? If the people are sent to fight, then who will farm and provide food for the army? Who will do business and provide gold and silver for the treasury? Pretacuba was speechless for a moment. We can recruit only a small number of citizens in the city of Carthage as team officers, and most of the soldiers will be provided by the allies. A Maganid elder quickly added, the situation of the allies is not much better than ours. Ecriton sneered. They have also been recruited twice. How can there be extra soldiers? Like before, we can recruit more Namibians. Another Maganid elder made another suggestion. The East and West Namibia have been conscripted with 70,000 people, and they have suffered the most casualties. The Namibian tribes won't be stupid enough to agree to our conscription request. Our constant recruitment will only threaten the survival of the Namibian tribes. We have to be careful not to provoke them. Hanno warned sternly. That's right. Hanno's words moved the elders. Yes, the people of Carthage were used to the Namibians' deference, but this deference was created by the people of Carthage through decades of political and military conquest. In fact, the population of the whole of Namibia was several times larger than that of Carthage. Now that Carthage was fully focused on the war in Sicily, its domestic forces were empty. It was indeed necessary to ensure stability and avoid instability. Tipenrocco stood up again and said loudly, in fact, the problem of Sardinia is very easy to solve. As long as Lord Maganid leads the army in Sicily to defeat the main force of Dionia and regain the advantage in Sicily, he can take part of the army to solve the problem of Sardinia. But now Lord Maganid, who is regarded as a hero by the people of Carthage and controls the 100,000 troops that we have painstakingly recruited, seems to have suddenly lost his courage. So far, there has not been a single battle with the main force of Dionia. Is it really because the king of Dionia has frightened him? The elders of the Maganid faction were very angry when they heard this and were about to stand up to refute. At this time, the door of the meeting was suddenly pushed open. My lords, bad news. Hadrumetum is being attacked by the people of Dionia. The senators were shocked, and many of them immediately expressed their doubts, for the area under the influence of Carthage of Africa had been peaceful for 100 years, and there had never been an incident of invasion. However, when the city guards who broke into the meeting brought in a few messengers from Hadrumetum who came to ask for help, in fact, they were the people of Hadrumetum who first fled to Carthage on horseback, and after they wept and told the general story of the disaster that was happening in the city of Hadrumetum, the meeting suddenly became silent. Everyone had a terrible thought in their mind. The flames of war had spread to the land where they lived. After a while, Pretacuba decisively suggested, we should immediately let the Carthage army stationed in Namibia rush to Hadrumetum and destroy these damned Dionia bandits. We should also immediately send a clipper to inform Moorball to lead the fleet to the waters near Hadrumetum and send all the warships of Dionia to the sea to feed the fish. Chapter 992. In order to better control the Namibian region, the people of Carthage had stationed 20,000 troops inland for a long time to suppress the resistance and riots of the various tribes in Namibia at any time to maintain the stability of the region. After the war with Dionia, the number of people in this army was now less than 10,000. Since there are 5,000 or 6,000 Dionia soldiers attacking the city of Hadrumetum, I'm afraid that the army in Namibia alone is not enough to repel the enemy. We should immediately carry out an emergency mobilization in the city and its nearby allies. I believe that the people will participate as much as possible in order to protect their homeland. We should form a sufficient number of troops to meet with the army in Namibia and go forward to repel the enemy. When Carthage was faced with a crisis, Hanno did not oppose Pretacuba's opinion this time but added, in addition, we should also inform the neighboring allies to prepare for defense, to prevent this Dionysian army from continuing to attack other allies after conquering the city of Hadrumetum. We also have to send ships to explore the waters around Carthage to prevent the Dionia and fleets from coming to attack Africana. This time, the useful suggestions put forward by the elders were quickly adopted and implemented immediately. The efficiency was unprecedented. The people of Carthage soon learned that the city of Hadrumetum was attacked by the Dionia and were in a panic. 4 hours later, an army of nearly 10,000 people was finally gathered in the city of Carthage. Under the leadership of Tapenrako, they rushed to the east and met up with the army from Namibia on the way. In the process of moving east together, the sky had darkened, but they did not need to light torches because in the direction of Hadrumetum, the fire soared into the sky, illuminating the sky in the east. The people of Dionia not only slaughtered the people of Hadrumetum but also burned the entire city? The Carthage soldiers looked at the fire in the distance with anger and fear in their hearts. When Tapenrako arrived with his army, he found that the situation was not as bad as he had imagined. The city of Hadrumetum was indeed in ruins, but most of the people were safe and sound. When they saw that the fire was about to go out, they rushed into the ruins and searched for usable items in the ashes. When they saw the arrival of Carthage's army, many people rushed over and told Tapenrako about their tragic experiences. After the Dionysian army killed their way into the city, a small number of soldiers killed the people of Hadrumetum who still tried to resist, while most of the soldiers rushed to the port. The terrified people of Hadrumetum suddenly realized that the people of Dionia did not seal the city gates, nor did they stop them from escaping, so they fled out of the city and hid in the neighboring cities. More than an hour later, they suddenly saw a fire burning in the direction of the motherland. Some people boldly came over to check, only to find that the enemy had disappeared without a trace, and the entire city was on fire. There was no way to extinguish the fire. After confirming that the Dionysian fleet and the army had left, Tapenrako breathed a sigh of relief. But then he had a headache. Because what about the thousands of people of Hadrumetum who had lost their homes and had no food and clothing? As the leader of the Phoenician city-states in the western Mediterranean, Carthage had to take care of these people who had suffered a disaster. At this time, the Sicilian fleet had already left the port of Hadrumetum and had entered the western waters of Sicily. They were about to reach the sea near Minoa. On the way back, Sakirian made sure to keep an eye out. In order to prevent the Carthaginian fleet from lying in wait along Serenus's route, he also ordered the fleet to make a small detour to the east and head straight for Miloa. But he did not know that Morbar, as usual, led the Carthage fleet to the western waters of Sicily and the Carthage waters. On the one hand, it was to explore the movement of the cruising Dionysian fleet and look for fighters. On the other hand, it was to strengthen the training of the fleet in a state of battle, speed up the integration of the new warships, and explore ways to fight against Dionia's tactic. So when the clippers found the Carthage fleet and told Morbar the news that the Dionysian fleet had launched a sneak attack on Hadrumetum, he was also shocked. He really wanted to lead the fleet to the sea near Serenus and wait for the Dionysian fleet to attack the returning fleet. But just as he ordered the fleet to change course and head in the direction of Serenus, the Sicilian fleet had already bypassed Cossus Island and was closer to Serenus than the Carthage fleet. Sicorian led the Sicilian fleet to attack quickly and return quickly. He captured the city of Hadrumetum, destroyed the East Phoenician coalition fleet, and burned the entire city. It did not take much time, and the infantrymen of the fleet did not kill too much. Of course, one of the main reasons for this was the request of the king's devers. He did not want the citizens of the kingdom to become bloodthirsty monsters, nor did he want excessive killing of unarmed people, which would lead to extreme hatred between Carthage and the Phoenicians. Burning the city would not only cause panic in Africa, but it would also increase the financial burden of Carthage. Although the crew of the Sicilian fleet was tired, they were all singing happily. The shadow of the defeat a few days ago had been swept away. They happily operated the warships and sailed into the port of Minoa. A few of the warships were carrying the loot from the treasury of Hadrumetum, as well as some of the captured crew of the East Phoenician coalition fleet. The burning of the city of Hadrumetum had an unprecedented impact on the people of Carthage and the Phoenician allies of Africa. The next day, many people of Carthage gathered in front of the Senate to petition, urging the navy to strengthen patrols on the coast of Africa and strengthen the defense of Carthage and its allies to prevent such a tragedy from happening again. The nearby Phoenician cities also sent messengers, asking for Carthage's protection. In a situation where their own safety was threatened, the Senate certainly did not have the energy to discuss the reinforcement of Sardinia. A topic that had been debated for the past few days had finally come to a conclusion. The neutral senator, L. Acra, went to Minoa as a messenger and asked to see the king's devers of Dionia. It was noon and the devers were having lunch in the big tent. He had specially asked the servants to prepare an extra table. When L. Acra entered the big tent, before he could speak, the devers invited him to have lunch with them. "Honorable King of Devers, I represent the Senate of Carthage. I have something important to discuss with you." "I don't have time." Before L. Acra could finish his words, he was interrupted by the devers. "Messenger of Carthage, you have come from afar. You must be hungry. Eat something first. Otherwise, no matter how strong a person is, if he is always hungry, he won't be able to do anything." The devers said with a double meaning. El Acra helplessly sat down at the table. There was a bowl of hot fish soup, a plate of salty beef jerky, a bowl of thick oatmeal, 2 pieces of baked bread, and a glass of wine on the table. The food was very simple. El Acra's face turned a little ugly. Although he didn't want to eat, the food was too simple since it was to entertain the messenger of Carthage. At this time, the devers said slowly, "Other than the wine, the food on your table is the lunch of the soldiers of Dionia today. You and I will eat the same as them." How could the food of the soldiers of Dionia be so rich? El Acra was shocked, but he immediately felt that the king of Dionia was deliberately deceiving him. After all, it was said that the Dionysian army in Sicily had as many as 100,000 soldiers. The devers looked at his expression and knew that he didn't believe it, but they didn't explain further. El Acra wasn't in the mood to eat at this time. He said loudly again, "The Senate of Carthage sent me here as a messenger to discuss a few things with you, king." The devers took a sip of wine and nodded slightly, indicating that he heard it. The day before yesterday, the Dionysian fleet attacked the city of Hadrumetum, massacred the people in the city, and burned the entire town. This is too cruel. Although Hadrumetum is an ally of Carthage, they didn't send troops to participate in this war, but they suffered such a terrible disaster. This has aroused the anger of all the Phoenician city-states against Dionia. Messenger, the city of Hadrumetum didn't send troops to participate in the war, but it doesn't mean that they didn't participate in this war. Did they not make new warships for you? Did they not provide food for you? At least we can be sure that they provided a base for the fleet from the Phoenician region of the eastern Mediterranean, and it was this fleet that ambushed our Sicilian fleet, resulting in the death of the fleet commander. Henoborus retorted bluntly, "The Carthage army can ruthlessly destroy Minoa, Agrigento, Gela, and other city-states that maintain friendly relations with Dionia. Can't we burn down Hadrumetum? And Hadrumetum is not enough to comfort the people of the friendly city-states who lost their homes." El-Akra heard the threat in Henoborus' words. He forcibly suppressed the urge to refute, grabbed the wine glass on the table, and took a big gulp of wine. As a result, he choked and coughed. After a while, he said in a deep voice, "You just mentioned the fleet from the Phoenician region stationed in Hadrumetum. In fact, Carthage didn't invite them to participate in the war. Instead, after they learned that we were at war with you and encountered difficulties, they obtained the consent of the king of Persia and took the initiative to send their fleet to help us. I know that you have captured many crew members of this fleet. The Carthaginian Senate hopes that you can release them and let them safely return to the eastern Mediterranean Sea. This is to prevent Tyre, Sidon, and the other city-states in the Phoenician region from making another request to the Persian king under the strong request of these captives' relatives, which will lead to the further expansion of the war." This was a threat from Carthage. Henoborus frowned slightly and subconsciously looked at the Devers. Literature Hall. Chapter 993. The Devers said sternly, "Dionia and the eastern Phoenician region have never had any enmity, but they sent a fleet to attack Dionia's fleet from thousands of miles away. They deserve to be destroyed. If they send another army, I welcome it. We have recently acquired a lot of mines and are short of slaves." El-Akra's heart skipped a beat, but he had to continue on this topic because the East Phoenician coalition fleet had been completely annihilated in the Carthaginian sphere of influence. If the Carthaginians did not remedy the situation, they would be too ashamed to see their Phoenician compatriots in the eastern Mediterranean Sea who had provided great assistance to the Carthaginians. If we want to redeem these Phoenician sailors from the eastern Mediterranean who have been captured by you, what do we have to pay? El-Akra's tone softened. The Devers looked at him and said with slight sarcasm, "When your army occupied Agrigento, Ecchium, and Gela, you originally had the opportunity to redeem them by exchanging prisoners, but the army led by Margot killed all the people in the city." El-Akra was silent for a moment, then said softly, "What if Carthage wants a truce with Dionia?" The Devers was a little surprised when he suddenly heard this. He blinked and said mockingly, "Did I hear it wrong? Carthage, the overlord of the western Mediterranean, actually wants to stop this costly war for these prisoners." El-Akra used the excuse of being a captive to say these words with great difficulty. He ignored Diver's ridicule and continued, "You are right, my king. This is indeed a war that will consume a lot of resources for both sides. I mean, if we both make a truce, will these prisoners be released?" This time, the Devers did not joke anymore, but said with a serious expression, "Since we have reached a truce, of course we will release the prisoners. However, it was you who tore up the covenant. It was you who provoked this war. Now, it is you who want to end the war. If you want to start a war, we can't control it, but if you want to end it, it won't be so easy." "Then, what conditions do you need for a truce?" El-Akra asked with a stern expression. Devers did not answer directly. He said calmly, "The armistice negotiation is a very important matter for both of us. Of course, it needs to be negotiated and decided by both of us. Just like in business, it needs a long process of bargaining. But as the noblest person in the kingdom of Dionia, you must have your own requests for a truce, right?" Akra pressed on, unwilling to give up. "To be honest, I've been running around since the war broke out. I've never thought about stopping the war. After you mentioned this just now, I have a question now, Devers said and paused intentionally. What doubts? El-Akra asked subconsciously. If the Senate of Carthage wants to negotiate a truce with us, will your military commander, Margot, agree? El-Akra hesitated for a moment, then immediately replied, Of course, Sir Margot will agree. Carthage is different from Dionia. We don't have a king, but we have a Senate. The important affairs of the city-state are decided by the Senate. Devers immediately smiled, raised his glass and said, War is indeed a headache. It's a good thing for the people of both sides to be able to have peace. Welcome to your arrival today. Come, let's have a toast. El-Akra thought he understood the meaning of Devers's words, so he quickly raised his glass and drank with them. After that, he tactfully stopped asking any more questions. After sending El-Akra away, Henoboris asked eagerly, Your Majesty, are you really going to negotiate with Carthage? Devers smiled slightly. I want to negotiate with Carthage, but I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to agree to my conditions. What conditions? Henoboris asked directly without any hesitation. This time, Devers did not avoid answering. At least Sicily, Corsica, and Sardinia must belong to the kingdom, and they must hand over part or all of their southern Iberia territories. Henoboris listened and unconsciously widened his eyes. After a while, he reluctantly said, I'm afraid it will be difficult for Carthage to agree to your conditions. Devers glanced at him and said leisurely, I didn't say these conditions to the emissary because I was afraid of arousing the vigilance of Carthage. In fact, I don't want to make a truce with Carthage at this time because it's not easy to create a favorable situation where we can close the door and beat the dog. How can we waste this excellent opportunity to open the door again and let the dog escape again? Unless we wait until the dog is completely killed. Perhaps that's the time for me to put forward these conditions. Henoboris suddenly understood, but he was also a little worried and reminded, Your Majesty, what if the Phoenician region of the eastern Mediterranean sends reinforcements, or even Persia really sends reinforcements? Devers said indifferently, Persia sends reinforcements from thousands of miles away to fight with us, and there's also their enemy, Egypt, and the native Greek city-states that may become their enemy at any time. This is a very big risk. When the Athens army attacked Syracuse, they suffered a crushing defeat. I'm afraid that Artaxerxes does not have such courage. And according to the information we received, the Persia is still preparing to attack Egypt again. In addition, the Dukia people have rioted in the hinterland of Persia. Now Persia neither has the ability nor is it possible to send troops thousands of miles away to help a foreign city-state that has no close relationship with them. As for the Eastern Phoenicians, as far as I know, their strength is much weaker than Carthage. The only thing worth mentioning is the navy, and they were all wiped out by us. There's nothing to worry about. After listening to these words, Henoboris was relieved. By the way, the Sicilian fleet captured a lot of Phoenician sailors from the eastern Mediterranean yesterday. Ask Marcius to bring me a few captives who can speak Greek. I want to ask them about the situation in Persia. Yes, Your Majesty. Henoboris muttered to himself as he walked out. In fact, the 8th Legion also captured a lot of Namibians in the previous Minoan War, but Carthage's people never mentioned them when they came several times to discuss the ransom. It's as if they've completely forgotten about them. A thought flashed in Devers's mind, and he immediately said, Herney, where are those Namibian captives now? Your Majesty, they're doing hard labor in Katani. Only then did Devers remember that Persosus had reported to him at that time, but he had just landed at that time and had a lot of things to do, so he did not pay much attention to it. Send someone back to Katani and inform Cyprosus to send these Namibian captives to Minoan. Henoboris's heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly asked, Your Majesty, you're going to— The corners of Devers's mouth curled up slightly. Since Carthage doesn't treat the Namibians as humans, let us take care of these poor Namibians. El-Akra left Minoan, but he did not return directly to Carthage. Instead, he took a ship to Mazara, and then arrived at the Carthage camp outside the city of Serenus to see Carthage's military commander, Margot. "You didn't come here just to see me, did you?" Margot asked directly as soon as they met. As soon as El-Acre left as the envoy of Carthage, Pretacuba sent a clipper to Sicily to inform him. "Does Lord Margot know that the city of Hadrumetum was raided and burned by the Dionia navy?" El-Acre asked rhetorically. "Yes, I just heard about it," Margot said calmly. "Dionysia is a powerful nation. It's inevitable that something like this will happen when we fight them. The Senate probably won't blame Morbard, right? I just think that he's much stronger than Onoba. He solved the problem of food transportation for this army not long after he took office, and he even won a naval battle. This old man is really something." But he proposed to the Senate to negotiate peace with Dionia. "Lord Margot, what do you think?" El-Acre looked straight at him and asked this important question. Margot raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "Morbar has just joined this war and knows too little about the overall situation. He only knows that we are not as good as Dionia in terms of navy, but in terms of land we are stronger than Dionia. I firmly believe that Carthage will eventually win this war. Since we are stronger than Dionia in terms of land warfare, why doesn't Lord Margot launch an attack on Dionia? The news we heard in Carthage is that you are leading your army to retreat. Isn't this because you are afraid of Dionia's attack?" El-Acre questioned bluntly. "Afraid of Dionia?" Margot laughed in disdain, then said helplessly, "Hasdrubal defeated the Dionysian army in the Battle of Gela, which had the same number of soldiers as him. We don't need to be afraid of the Dionysian army in a field battle. But the navy of Dionia controls the coast of Sicily, and we are facing a shortage of food supplies. In order to prevent the soldiers from starving, I had to retreat to the west, hoping to defeat the main force of Dionia through a battle. But the king of Dionia obviously knows that he is not as good as us in terms of land warfare, so he refused to fight and led his army to defend Mount Minoia. Of course, I will not lead my army to attack the enemy on the mountain. That will cause the soldiers to suffer heavy casualties. Are you going to keep confronting the Dionia like this?" El-Acre couldn't help but ask. Chapter 994. This tone was very harsh to Margot's ears. His eyes widened, but then he remembered Pretacuba's advice. He immediately lowered his gaze and asked as calmly as possible, "I heard that the Senate sent you to talk to the people of Dionia about a truce. How did the king of Dionia respond?" The sudden burst of momentum from Margot startled El-Acre. He quickly replied, "The king of Dionia is very willing to have a truce with Carthage. Doesn't this mean that the people of Dionia know that they are not as strong as us? They are afraid that they will lose if they continue to fight. Therefore, they want to maintain their current victory through a truce. Are we willing to stop fighting with the people of Dionia in such a situation?" Margot asked loudly. El-Acre was stunned for a moment. He then murmured, "Now, looking at the current situation, it seems that our Carthage is at a disadvantage." Margot looked at him coldly for a moment. Suddenly, he stepped forward and grabbed his arm. In a commanding tone, he said, "Come with me." El-Acre was dragged out of the tent by Margot. His heart was filled with doubt and fear. Margot brought him to a relatively empty place in front of the tent. He pointed to the back and said, "What do you see?" El-Acre calmed his mind and said in a slightly dazed tone, "A city wall that is being built. It looks very long. It doesn't look like it, but it is indeed very long." Margot said with certainty, "It will extend from the east coast of Serenus all the way to the west coast, including Serenus city and our camp of Dionia. When I came here, I found it strange. Why did you build the city wall behind the camp?" El-Acre raised his doubts. "Since the people of Dionia dare not fight with us, then we can only take the initiative to attack." Margot looked forward and said in a deep voice, "Our target is Serenus. Serenus is the base of the Dionysian fleet. The Dionysian fleet can cruise the Western Sea every day and block our route. The port of Serenus plays a very important role. As long as we can capture it, the navy of Dionia will lose its foothold in western Sicily. This will inevitably reduce the advantage of their navy and reduce their threat to the Western Sea and the coast of Africa. But because of the importance of Serenus, the people of Dionia will definitely not give up. They will definitely defend tenaciously. I'm afraid that in the end, the main force of the Dionysian army will enter Serenus from the sea and fight us. Elacra was happy when he heard the first part, but when he heard the second part, he became a little worried. Doesn't this mean that we are attacking and the Dionysian army? Didn't you say that this kind of attack will cause a lot of casualties to our soldiers? The people of Dionia do have some experience in defending cities, but attacking Serenus city is much easier than attacking the Minoia mountains, Margot said confidently. After a few days of analysis and discussion with Audiobook, we decided to build the outer wall first to protect our entire camp so that the army can attack the city with all their strength. This will prevent the Dionysian army from attacking us from the east or landing on the nearby beach when we are attacking the city. Margot then pointed to the front. Look at that. What is that? Elacra's gaze passed through the gaps of the many tents and saw something in front of Serenus city. He couldn't help but be surprised. You want to build an inner wall? Margot looked at the wall that had been left unfinished for a long time and couldn't help but think of the night when they were attacked by the Dionysian army. He sighed softly and said, Not only do I want to build an inner wall to surround Serenus city, but I also want to use the inner wall as a foundation to build more earthen hills. Then, with the earthen hills as a foundation, I will build a vertical wall that extends forward to connect with the wall of Serenus city. By that time, the people of Dionia will no longer have the advantage of defense. If we fight under the same conditions, we will definitely defeat the Dionysians. When Elacra heard this, he felt inexplicably confident. However, he was still a little doubtful. Lord Margot, this plan of yours will be a very big project. To build these walls and earthen hills, I'm afraid it will take a long time, right? Don't forget that I have more than 100,000 soldiers under my command, Margot said proudly. They only started building the outer wall after receiving the military rations from Carthage. It has only been 2 days since then. You have already seen the progress of the outer wall when you entered the camp. Do you think it will take a long time to complete my plan? On the second day after Leotychides and Xanthoparis led the army to attack the main city of Syracuse, the governor of Sicily, Cypros, rushed to Syracuse. He discussed with Leotychides, Xanthoparis, Hyctas, who had just surrendered to Dionia, and his nephew, Zamorites, how to deal with the captured soldiers of Syracuse and the people in the city, and how to stabilize the order in the city as soon as possible. Everyone quickly reached a consensus, except for a few people in the city who had direct family relations with the people in the port area. The rest would become the slaves of the kingdom of Dionia. The reason for this decision was that Cypros, who had been in Catanae for many years, believed that because Syracuse had always been the overlord of Sicily, even now that they had fallen, the people of Syracuse always thought highly of themselves. They always dreamed of restoring their former glory. If such a group of restless people were forcibly pulled under the rule of Dionia, they might jump out at the slightest abnormal situation, especially now that Dionia was at a critical juncture of war. Therefore, the safest way was to reduce all of them to slaves and detain them away from Sicily. For Hyctas and Zamorites, their rebellion led to the final fall of Syracuse. The people in the same city were already like fire and water, so of course they did not want to live in the same city as them. Moreover, after the people in the port area became citizens of Dionia, they certainly hoped to live in Syracuse, and the land they deserved would also be in Syracuse. Most of the land in Syracuse was in the hands of the people in the city, so for all parties, the people in the city of Syracuse could only become victims. At the same time, the officials from the finance, household registration, agriculture, commerce, courts, and other departments brought by Cypros had begun to take over the affairs in the city of Syracuse. They counted the property and spoils of war obtained, counted the houses in the city, measured the land in Syracuse, registered the people in the port area, and earnestly informed them about the rights and obligations they should enjoy as citizens of Dionia. The long-cherished wish of the people in the port area of Syracuse for many years was about to be realized. They were full of enthusiasm. Under the leadership of Hyctas, they actively assisted the officials of Dionia, especially the soldiers of the 7th and 8th legions. They built a tall wall on the isthmus, completely cutting off the connection between Ortygia Island and the main city. Every day there would be warships, from the original Syracuse fleet, cruising around Ortygia Island continuously. Syracuse was undergoing earth-shattering changes. The people of Taunus and Leontini, who were not far from it, could see it. They were envious. Taunus was located on the coast and had very little land. Leontini's situation was slightly better, but it still could not meet the needs of the growing population. Now, when they saw that the people of Syracuse, who were originally much worse off, could now obtain fertile land and good houses, they felt it was unfair. Because they had also participated in the battle against Syracuse, they had sacrificed more than the people of Syracuse, but they could only get a small share of the spoils of war. This was too unfair. Under the strong request of the people, the higher-ups of the two cities rushed to Syracuse to plead with Cypros. Cypros had a troubled look on his face. He had no choice but to tell them that the distribution of spoils of war between Dionia and its allies after the victory of the war was strictly written in the Treaty of Alliance. Land was not included in it, so he had no right to make changes on his own. And according to the law of Dionia, only citizens of Dionia could obtain land. If the people of Taunus and Leontini wanted to obtain land in Syracuse, there was only one way: to become citizens of Dionia. The higher-ups of the two city-states returned empty-handed, but Cypnos's words were quickly spread in the two city-states under the push of some people with ulterior motives. Moreover, there were also some opinions that quickly spread among the people of the two cities. For example, even after the distribution of land in Syracuse to the people of the port area, there would still be a lot of land left, but the Senate of Dionia would use this situation to allocate the landless citizens of other regions of Dionia to Syracuse, and by then, there would be no more land left. Another example was that becoming a citizen of Dionia was far better than becoming a citizen of Taunus, Leontini. Not only did you not have to worry about having no land, nor did you have to worry about being invaded by powerful enemies, you would also have the pride of being a citizen of a powerful kingdom. More than 10 years ago, when Taunus, Leontini, and Catani became independent from the rule of Syracuse at the same time, the people of these two cities had witnessed how the people of Catani, who were treated as slaves by Dionysius, began to rebuild their homes, gradually became rich, and gained a lofty status that the people of Dionia could not help but show respect. More than 10 years had passed quietly, and the seed of wanting to become a citizen of Dionia had long been planted in their hearts, and the impact of the attack on Syracuse this time was only to finally cause the seed in their hearts to blossom and bear fruit. Library of Literature. Chapter 995. The citizens of Taunus gathered and collectively proposed to the council that the entire city should be annexed to the kingdom of Dionia, and that the citizens of Taunus should become citizens of Dionia. The council quickly decided to convene an emergency meeting to vote on whether to join the kingdom of Dionia. The result was that more than 90% of the citizens agreed, and the proposal was passed. Taunus immediately sent messengers to Syracuse to express the strong will of the people of Taunus to join the kingdom of Taunus. Of course, Taunus was very welcoming, but he said that the matter was of great importance, and that he needed to consult the king of Devers and report to the Senate. The people of Leontini soon learned of the matter, and they followed suit and soon sent messengers to Cypros. In the meantime, the Devers' order regarding Leotychides' expedition to the north coast, and the arrival of the Third Fleet meant that Leotychides and Xanthoparis no longer had to worry about having nothing to do. Cypros, Leotychides, Xanthoparis, and the Mytilades quickly convened a military meeting. His Majesty has sent a letter requesting us to carry out military operations on the north coast as soon as possible. As the host of the military meeting, Cypros was very humble. I hope that we can come up with a plan in this meeting and present it to His Majesty. Of course, this plan is up to you. Although your expedition will increase the consumption of military rations, and will cause the cities to lack labor during the winter sowing season, I will do my best to ensure that the army has food and material supplies. As soon as Cypros's voice trailed off, Leotychides said, His Majesty has ordered us to choose a foothold on the north coast, so that the Third Fleet can easily patrol the waters west of Sicily. My plan is to seize this place. As he spoke, Leotychides pointed to a certain place on the map. Palermo's. Xanthoparis was shocked and quickly said, Isn't that too dangerous? Palermo's isn't a small city, and it's not far from Carthage's army. If we can't take the city in a short time, and Carthage's army will soon come to help, we will be in trouble. Whether it's Thyedium, Sorus, or the ruins of Himera, none of them have a port large enough to accommodate the Third Fleet. They also need to spend time and manpower to rebuild them. Only Palermo's has the conditions to accommodate the Third Fleet. Leotychides said this to Mytilades, and then he turned to Xanthoparis and said, You haven't been in Sicily for long, so you don't know much about the terrain of Palermo's. It is surrounded by tall mountains, and there are only 3 roads on land that connect it to the outside world. A long and narrow mountain road connects it to the south, a rugged coastal road connects it to Alux, and a coastal road to the east leads to Sorus. As long as we block the southern mountain pass and the coastal path, we can easily block Carthage's reinforcements. As for Sorus, if he sends reinforcements, we can annihilate them and then take down Sorus as well. I heard you say that there are some native warriors in Carthage's army who can cross mountains, Xanthoparis reminded. Yes, these natives are from Iberia. They once crossed the mountains during Carthage's attack on Thyedium and attacked the rear of Thyedium's garrison, causing the fall of this friendly city. But as long as we raise our guard, Carthage's sudden attack will not happen. Also, the mountains around Palermo's are more than 500 or 600 meters high, so it's not that easy to cross. Even if those Iberian natives can come over, I believe they will be exhausted. We can wait for them to be exhausted and defeat them, Leotychides said confidently. Prososus, you've convinced me, Xanthoparis said seriously. The reason why he asked so many questions just now was because he wanted to remind Leotychides of these problems. Although they were both mercenary generals in the expedition to Persia, he was very different from Amyntas. He had a gentle personality and knew his position very well. He did not refuse to follow the young commander's orders just because Leotychides was less experienced than him. On the contrary, during the attack on Syracuse, he had always tried his best to carry out Leotychides' orders and seriously assisted him in the battle. As a retired general, he was already very satisfied to be promoted to the commander of the Legion of Dionysia. I also agree with Sir Prososus's plan, Xanthoparis said seriously. Mytilades nodded. To be able to get the port of Palermo's to dock the Third Fleet, of course, he could not ask for more. He looked at Leotychides and then at Xanthoparis. He was a little curious. He had never worked with Leotychides before, but he had heard some things about this young commander. Today, he had seen him in person. Just as the rumors said, Leotychides had no respect for his superiors, and liked to do things his own way. Fortunately, Mytilades was a navy. If you want to attack Palermo's, I agree. But don't take all the soldiers away. Don't forget that there are still enemies on Ortygia. The main city of Syracuse has just been occupied, and it's not very stable yet. There are still thousands of captives in the city. Cypros reminded. I'll take the 7th and 8th legions to the north coast, Leotychides said simply. Only 2 legions? You're taking all the regular troops of the Sicilian territory. Cypros thought to himself. Fortunately, he knew Leotychides and was already prepared. Can you keep the injured soldiers in the 2 legions? On one hand, it will help them recover, and on the other hand, I want them to temporarily serve as team officers, responsible for training and commanding the citizens of the port area of Syracuse, and the citizens of Taunus and Leontini who will soon join the kingdom. In addition, can you temporarily lend me the thousands of sets of heavy infantry armor and weapons you obtained in the previous battles to arm the citizens of the port area, stabilize the order in the city, and defend against the enemies on Ortygia? Leotychides thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. At this time, Middleades said, Lord Cypros, regarding the captives in Syracuse, I have a suggestion. The 9th Legion has occupied the city of Saros on Sardinia Island, and His Majesty hopes that we can control the production and trade of precious metals on Sardinia Island as soon as possible. This will require a lot of manpower. Can you transport all the captives in Syracuse to Saros, and the 9th Legion can transport the captives of Saros to Syracuse to become the laborers you need to rebuild Syracuse? Cypros's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. But first, we need to get the approval of His Majesty and the Senate. The people of Syracuse would never have thought that decades ago they had sent more than 6,000 captives of Athens to the quarries as laborers, and in the end, none of them survived. Now, the tables had turned, and they had become slaves of Dionia, and would be sent to Sardinia to work as miners. Fate was cruel. The news that Carthage's army has begun to besiege Serenus reached Minoa and attracted the attention of the Devers. He ignored Tormid's dissuasion and decided to personally go to Serenus to check it out. Alexis and Amyntas accompanied him. Under the escort of 40 warships, the Devers arrived at the port of Serenus. After the former 1st Platoon leader of the 8th Legion and the current interim military commander of Serenus, Chalcidas, received the news, he hurried to the port to welcome them. Your Majesty, the interim commander of Serenus, Chalcidas, pays his respects to you. You've worked hard, Chalcidas. Although today is the first time we've met, I've been worried about you ever since I read the battle report of Prososus. I was worried that you could defend such an important Serenus city with only 3,000 to 4,000 irregular soldiers, but you managed to defend it. But you held it. What a feat! Divers was not stingy with his praise. Chalcidas was a little embarrassed. He hurriedly said, Your Majesty, in fact, after Prososus led his army away, Serenus city was no longer attacked by Carthage's army. In addition, the Sicilian fleet has been a great help to us. It's only right for the Sicilian fleet to contribute. This is also their forward operating base, the Devers said casually. He looked around and saw the laborers who were busy working on the pier. He asked, Are they slaves? Or are they Serenus's people? Your Majesty, after we took over Serenus city, we gave freedom to the slaves of the city. Many slaves and freedmen who volunteered to become citizens of Dionia were kept as laborers at the port. Some of them were civilians who escaped after the fall of Minoa and Agrigento. They were unwilling to seek refuge in Catanae and were willing to come to Serenus to help defend against Carthage's people. The real Serenus citizens have long been escorted to Catanae and Naxos. They have become slaves of the kingdom. Now there are no Serenus citizens in Serenus city. Serenus is at the front line of the war. Maintaining the stability and safety of the city is very important. I'm very happy that you've done this, the Devers said approvingly. Chalcidas led the Devers out of the port and into the city. Then, they were surprised to see dust flying in the city. Some Dionia soldiers were demolishing the houses near the city walls. What are they doing? Amyntas asked immediately. There are only 4,000 of our soldiers living in the city. Most of the houses are empty. We're going to dig trenches and set up traps on the land where the houses were demolished. At the same time, we'll use the stones and bricks we obtained to build an inner wall. This way, even if Carthage's people break through our outer wall, they won't be able to take over Serene city, Chalcidius said firmly. Chapter 996. A very good defensive measure. Divers praised once again. It seems like you are not afraid of the upcoming siege of such a large number of Carthaginian troops. Instead, you are actively using your brain to think of a better defensive method. This is very good. The Devers walked up to the top of the city wall and looked outside. In his field of vision, not only was there a thick layer of dust, but there was also a hubbub of voices. Through the haze of dust, he could see countless silhouettes 100 meters away from the city like diligent ants. They were digging a long trench around the city, and at the same time, they were piling up the soil behind the trench. Behind the unfinished trench was a continuous campsite. Tents were as numerous as the stars in the sky. Further away, there was another earthen wall around the city that had already been built. The Devers stared for a while, and his expression became serious. It seems that the Carthage army is serious this time. They are really preparing to attack Selinus. I'm afraid that the Carthage army has no other choice but to attack Selinus, Alexis said. The Devers nodded and did not say anything. When he walked down the city wall, he observed the patrolling soldiers. They all looked nervous and their muscles were tense. After arriving at the mayor's mansion, the Devers immediately called for a military meeting. The situation in Selinus is grim. The Carthage army's attack is imminent. What do you think? The Devers went straight to the point. Your Majesty, we must immediately send reinforcements to Selinus. I am willing to lead the First Legion to defend Selinus. Amyntas volunteered. After staying in Minoa for a while, he could see that the Devers did not plan to fight with the Carthage army for the time being. Selinus would definitely become the focus of the next battle. I agree with Amyntas. Selinus must receive reinforcements. Alexis also said, but 1 legion is still too little. We need at least 2 legions as reinforcements. This way we can ensure that while we finish our defense, we still have the manpower to attack and disrupt Carthage's attack. Just now, Chalcidius gave me a great inspiration. In the past, we were used to setting up multiple obstacles outside the city and camp in order to obstruct and kill our enemies. Now that Carthage's army is here, it's impossible to set up detailed defenses outside the city. However, we can set up defenses inside the city. Why not build a few more inner walls and set up more traps? After all, our main focus is to protect the port. There are no longer any residents in the city. We can use it as a battlefield to kill a large number of Carthage's soldiers and deal a heavy blow to them. However, to demolish the residences in the city, build the city walls, traps, and other facilities in a short period of time, it will require a lot of manpower. Devers listened attentively while thinking. Then he said to Amyntas, "Did you hear all of Alexis's suggestions? What do you think?" Amyntas said impatiently, "Alexis's suggestions are very good. However, those can only be done after the enemy has started attacking the city. If I were the commander of Selinus city, I would ask His Majesty to assign me a cavalry division. Carthage's army is building the city walls at such a close distance. In fact, it's actually an obstacle to their cavalry. I will send a cavalry division to attack them from time to time. In addition, I would like to ask His Majesty to assign me all the ballistae and crossbows. I will place them at the top of the city walls and have them accurately attack the Carthage's army, constantly killing and injuring Carthage's soldiers." After listening, Devers pondered for a moment and said decisively, "Amyntas, I appoint you as the commander of Selinus city. You will lead the 1st Legion, Legio 6, the 1st Cavalry Division, and the defenders of Selinus, a total of 22,000 people. Defend Selinus city. If we lose it, don't come back to see me." Devers naturally had his own reasons for choosing Amyntas as the commander of Selinus city. Although Amyntas sometimes lost his cool due to his belligerence during attacks, he was much calmer when it came to defense. This allowed him to make full use of his rich experience, which was very obvious during the defense of Ostia. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will make Selinus the underworld of Carthage's people," Amyntas said excitedly. "I will inform Sicorian and ask him to transfer some of his crew to assist your troops in completing the construction of Selinus city's defensive facilities as soon as possible." Devers finished speaking and looked at Chalcidas. "Chalcidas, you will still be in command of the original 4,000 soldiers. You will also have the right to attend every military meeting in Selinus city. This is because you are familiar with the situation of Selinus city and the enemies outside the city. You will be able to provide good suggestions to Amyntas." Chalcidas was excited when he heard this. His original position was appointed by Commander Leotychides. Now that the King of Devers allowed him to continue to command the 4,000 soldiers, this appointment was confirmed. Moreover, such a wartime military meeting could only be attended by legion commanders and above. Only under special circumstances were ordinary officers allowed to participate. Devers allowed him to participate in Selinus military meetings normally in the future. This meant that he had the qualifications to be on equal footing with the legion commanders. "Thank you, Your Majesty," he said with a trembling voice. "Alexis still has to command the Minoan army for me. I can't do without you," Devers said half jokingly and half seriously. "Your Majesty, I am very happy to be of service," Alexis said with a relaxed expression. After successfully building the outer wall of the camp, Margot ordered the soldiers to hurry up and build the inner wall. Half of the trench was dug, and the earth rampart was gradually built and tamped down. However, the situation changed. The originally peaceful Selinus city suddenly had hundreds of cavalrymen rush out from the north, east, and west gates. They suddenly attacked the Carthage soldiers who were building the inner wall of the camp. The unprepared Carthage soldiers immediately dispersed. When the heavily armed Carthage reinforcements arrived, these Daionia cavalrymen retreated back into the city in time. After a series of raids, Margot realized that the Daionia army had increased the number of soldiers in Selinus city and began to strengthen the harassment outside the city. It was obvious that the Carthage army could not attack Selinus city like before and not attract the attention of the defenders. Although he wanted to attack Selinus city to attract the main force of Daionia and have another decisive battle with them, he hoped to do it after all the arrangements were completed and when Selinus city had lost its defensive advantage. So, he ordered the troops to step up the construction of the inner wall of the camp, and at the same time, he arranged heavily armed soldiers behind the soldiers who were building the inner wall to guard against them. At the same time, he also mobilized thousands of cavalrymen to patrol the outside of the inner wall of the camp, keeping a close eye on the movements of the several gates of Selinus city. Unexpectedly, the ballistae at the top of the city wall and the abdomen bow were fired at the same time, concentrating on the place where the Carthage cavalry and infantry were gathered 100 meters away, causing some casualties and forcing Margot to hurriedly withdraw the defensive troops. Of course, he did not stop the construction of the inner wall. Instead, he sent more soldiers to speed up the construction. At the same time, he also brought the ballistae to attack the top of Selinus city under the cover of the earth rampart. While Margot was racking his brains to deal with the surprise attack in the city, he received a request for help from a messenger from Paleros. There was a Dionysian army of tens of thousands landing on the beach near Paleros city. Margot was taken aback. The Daionia army was either on the south coast or in the central mountains. How could there be an army of tens of thousands of soldiers? Could it be that the Daionia army had recruited them from Greece? Margot never thought that it might be the Dionysian army that attacked Syracuse, mainly because he had seen the city of Syracuse with his own eyes. He did not think that the Dionysian army could conquer Syracuse in such a short time. Although he was a little worried about the military potential of Daionia, Margot did not have time to think about the origin of this Dionysian army. He realized that because of the calm on the north coast, he had begun to neglect this Phoenician city-state, which was a little far from the core area of western Sicily. Instead, he had sent some citizens of Palermo to build the city wall. Now that Palermo was under attack, if it fell, it meant that the coastline available to the Carthage army would be further shortened, which would be more conducive to the blockade of the Dionysian fleet. He scolded himself for his negligence and immediately sent messengers to the north to inform Hasdrubal, who was stationed near Segesta, to immediately lead his troops to rescue Palermo. After receiving the order, Hasdrubal quickly led 30,000 soldiers to Palermo. However, he did not know that after Leotyzides led the 7th and 8th legions to land on the coast, he did not directly attack Palermo, nor did he begin to build a camp. Apart from leaving a small number of soldiers to monitor the movements of Palermo and Sorus in the east, the majority of the army quickly rushed to the mountain entrance leading to the south and the coastal entrance in the west with the materials prepared in advance. All the soldiers seized the time to dig trenches, set up traps, set up deer abatis, built earth ramparts, drove wooden stakes, and built wooden towers. Hasdrubal did not choose to take the coastal path because it was not conducive for the passage of the army. Moreover, the Dionysian fleet controlled the coastline. When his army formed a long line along the coast, they could not look at each other from the front and back, which would make it easy for the Dionysian fleet to land and attack them. So he led his army on the mountain pass. Literature Museum. Chapter 997. But when Carthage's army was about to reach the end of the mountain path, the soldiers were surprised to see that the exit of the mountain path had been blocked by a well-fortified wooden stronghold, and the wooden walls were filled with enemies with drawn bows. The Carthaginian army marched quickly and did not bring any siege equipment. In addition, the mountain road was narrow, so they could not make full use of their advantage in numbers. It would undoubtedly be very difficult to break through the stronghold and break into the territory of Palermo. Unwilling to give up, Hasdrubal ordered his army to launch a tentative attack, but they were quickly repelled by a rain of arrows fired from the wooden walls, leaving only a few dozen corpses in front of the trench. Hasdrubal had to lead his army to retreat. At this time, Leotyzides was commanding some of the soldiers to start building a camp. He planned to start the camp from the wooden stronghold at the entrance of the mountain path, then head north all the way to the sea, thus cutting off Palermo's contact with the outside world on land. The supply camps of the 7th and 8th legions were busy on the beach, laboriously moving supplies from the cargo ships to the coast. The 3rd Fleet was guarding the ships transporting soldiers and supplies near Palermo. Although the Ionian navy had a clear advantage in the western waters of Sicily, this was enemy territory after all. All the crew members of the 3rd Fleet were on high alert, because when they first arrived in Sicily, they had heard that the Sicilian fleet had been tricked and ambushed by Carthage's fleet. Enemy spotted in the southwest, 2 yellow flags. The lookout on the flagship's mainmast suddenly shouted. Hearing that the incoming fleet was the Carthage fleet, which had about the same number as his own fleet, Middleades looked calm and immediately ordered, "Blow the bugle and raise the starry sky flag." At the same time, inform the fleet behind to immediately approach the beach. The incoming fleet was the Carthage fleet led by Morbar. Ever since the city of Hadrumetum was burned down, he had hired dozens of small cargo ships manned by experienced Phoenician captains to scout the coast of the Western Sea to better understand the Dionysian fleet's movements. Therefore, when the huge Dionia fleet docked on the coast near Palermo, Morbar, who was training the fleet between the Carthage Sea and the Western Sea and waiting for the opportunity to attack, received the news. He knew that the Dionia fleet was still cruising on the sea near Lilybe, and it was impossible for them to suddenly appear near Palermo. This must be another Dionysian fleet. Another Dionysian fleet was added to the waters near Sicily Island. This news doubled the pressure on Morbar, but he still decided to lead his team to Palermo to meet this new Dionysian fleet. Perhaps it was because they knew that they were not as difficult to deal with as the previous fleet, so it was easier for them to take the bait. When the Carthage fleet arrived, the third fleet of Dionia was already waiting on the surface of the sea. Morbar was not prepared to fight head-on with the Dionysian fleet. He moved forward at a normal speed in a loose formation. When he was about a mile away from the enemy, the Carthage warships that had already learned of Morbar's plan in advance turned back one after another, luring the enemy ships to chase after them. The warships of the Third Fleet were indeed trying their best to chase after them at first, but when the Carthage fleet wanted to lead them to the open sea, the Mytilades immediately became vigilant. Although the Third Fleet had won the final victory in the previous Battle of Sardinia, the risks they experienced were still fresh in his memory. He was a person who was good at learning from his mistakes and did not want to make the same mistake again. Therefore, he gave the order to stop chasing, quickly gathered the warships, and returned to their original defensive position. After that, the Carthage fleet went forward a few more times to lure the enemy ship. The Third Fleet no longer acted rashly, but waited to see what would happen. Morbar then split up some of the warships in an attempt to bypass the Third Fleet and attack the Dionia's transport fleet. However, most of the ships had already docked at the beach after receiving the warning from the Third Fleet. There was not much to be gained. Moreover, Mytilades had ordered the subfleets at the rear to follow and monitor them, but they always kept a close distance from the main fleet. The Third Fleet's cautiousness and the unity of the entire fleet made it impossible for Morbar to find any opportunities to exploit. Instead, it consumed a lot of the strength of the Carthage's crew. Such a well-trained Dionysian fleet would definitely not be weak in combat. Morbar didn't dare to launch an attack from the front because he wasn't confident that he could defeat his opponent. Moreover, he was very clear that even if he won, the Carthaginian fleet would definitely suffer great losses. To the Carthaginian navy that was at a complete disadvantage, the gains would not make up for the losses. The Carthaginian navy, which was in a difficult situation, needed the existence of such a complete fleet to deter the Dionian navy so that they wouldn't dare to be too arrogant. In the end, the Carthage fleet retreated. Mytilades did not order a pursuit. He no longer had the impetuous mentality of wanting to prove himself in the first place. The affirmation and praise of his achievements in the letters written to him by the Devers made him more confident and calm. He also knew very well that for the Third Fleet, which had just arrived and was not familiar with the surrounding waters, what they needed now was caution, not more military achievements. At this time, the lookout on the main mast shouted again, "News from the clippers in the east. There's a fleet coming from the front." It's our fleet." Mytilade's heart skipped a beat. "Thurian is here." The Sicilian fleet cruised to the sea near Palermo's and met with the Third Fleet. This was the first time in more than 10 years since the war in southern Italy that the entire Ionia navy had gathered together. The Sicilian fleet had previously merged with the First, Second, and Fourth Fleets. Due to the presence of the elusive Carthaginian fleet, the warships of both parties did not get too close to each other to prevent congestion and inconvenience. However, the flagships of both parties blew their bugles at the same time. All the warships' oars left the water and swung back and forth in the air to express the joy of the crew. In such a celebratory atmosphere, the flagships of both sides sailed to the front of the fleet at the same time. The flagship of the Sicilian fleet stopped moving forward, while the flagship of the Third Fleet continued forward and finally came to the side of the flagship of the Sicilian fleet. Mytilades, who was dressed in military uniform, stepped on the wooden plank between the two ships and came to the deck of the flagship of the Sicilian fleet. He solemnly saluted Thurian. "Salute to you, Lord Thurian." Thurian solemnly returned the salute and said, "It's been a long time, Mytilades. I've heard many reports of success from the Third Fleet recently. Your performance has surprised me. Not only did you win the naval battle, but you also conquered 2 important cities of the Phoenicians. You've taken away all the work that should have been done by the army. You've brought great honor to the navy." This is all thanks to His Majesty's full support. With the Sicilian fleet you led in front to attract Carthage's main force, the Third Fleet achieved these successes without attracting attention," Middleades said humbly. He then sighed with concern. "When I heard the news that the Sicilian fleet was destroyed by the storm and that you and Flarios were missing, I was very worried about your safety. At the same time, I was also worried that the Dionia navy would not be able to recover for a long time after suffering such a blow. Fortunately, with the blessing of Hades, you've returned safely. The Sicilian fleet has also been reorganized, and everything has returned to normal. That's great." Thurian looked at the sincere smile on the other party's face. After a moment, he sighed softly. "It's a pity that Flarios and Miltias have gone to the Elysee. The Carthage navy is the strongest enemy we've encountered so far. They've caused many casualties to our fleet. Before this, His Majesty Devers reminded me once again, in this war against the Carthage, our navy is the most important force in defeating the enemy. We must play our greatest role. That's why our two fleets must join forces and strengthen our coordination to completely defeat the Carthage navy and win this war for the kingdom." Thurian had been an elder of the kingdom for many years, and his political sensibilities were not low. When he learned that the Third Fleet had been transferred to Sicily and was not part of the Sicilian fleet, but stationed alone on the north coast to take charge of the war alongside the Sicilian fleet, he understood that the King of Devers and the Ministry of Military Affairs were not too satisfied with the recent performance of the Sicilian fleet. They wanted to use the Third Fleet to provoke the Sicilian fleet. At the same time, he also realized that the consecutive victories of the Third Fleet had caused Middleades to no longer be the commander of the fleet that he could order around as he pleased. In particular, there was a knot in his heart. He had always felt that Miltia's death had something to do with him. If he had not forcefully snatched away Miltia's command of the fleet the moment he appeared, Miltia's would not have listened to his advice, which ultimately led to his defeat. Since then, he had begun to consciously restrain his temper. Moreover, Middleades had taken the initiative to meet him on the flagship today, and his attitude was rather humble. This satisfied Thurian, so his tone had also become gentler. At this moment, Middleades smiled and said, "Lord Thurian is right. The Sicilian fleet and the Third Fleet are both the kingdom's armies, and should fight together. As long as you have a good plan, I'm willing to lead the Third Fleet to cooperate fully." Thurian frowned slightly. He could hear the meaning behind Middleades' words, but he quickly relaxed and said confidently, "I do have a good plan, and I was just about to discuss it with you." Middleades was stunned for a moment, but he immediately agreed. Hence, the two sent away the surrounding crew members and began discussing on the flagship's deck. About half an hour later, both of them had smiles on their faces. Chapter 998. On this day, the Dionysian army that landed on the territory of Palermos was busy with the defense of the southern mountain road and the coastal trail. They were busy building camps and transporting the supplies transported by the cargo ships until evening. The night was uneventful. The next day, Leotychides did not rush to attack the city of Palermos. Instead, he continued to let the more than 10,000 soldiers build the camp. The Third Fleet, which had been guarding the nearby fleet yesterday, did not appear again. The lively camp did not return to peace until evening. However, the mountains to the south of the Dionysian army's camp were not peaceful. Carthage's army was blocked on the mountain road leading to the territory of Palermos. A forceful attack would not necessarily succeed, and instead they would suffer heavy casualties. But Hasdrubal did not give up. He knew that once the Dionia occupied Palermos, it would further reduce the space for Carthage's army to move. Moreover, he was not a person who easily bowed in the face of difficulties. Now that time was very tight, he was worried that the people of Palermos would not be able to hold on for a few days due to the lack of soldiers. So he repeated his old trick and sent 4,000 Lusitanian warriors over the mountains to support Palermos and repel the Dionysian army. The Iberian army led by Hasdrubal had been stationed in Palermo's for a few months, so he was more familiar with the terrain there. From the southern entrance of the mountain road to the east, after crossing several tall mountains, the streams on the surrounding mountains converged into a small lake. The lake flowed to the low-lying land in the east, gradually forming a small river. After flowing east for 10 miles, the river turned north and flowed into the sea. The place where it flowed formed a narrow valley. Although it was difficult to walk, it allowed one to enter the territory of Palermo's. The Lusitanian warriors spent the whole day trekking through the mountains and valleys. It was not until dusk that they saw the river flowing out of the mountains and into the flat territory of Palermo's. This place was located to the east of Palermo's, more than 10 miles away from the city. The Lusitanian warriors stopped advancing and hid in the dense forest. After eating their rations, they lay on the grass to rest and recover the strength they had expended during the day. Late at night, the warriors who were still sleeping got up reluctantly under the urging of their leaders, and walked out of the mountain in a daze. As they marched eastward, they gradually regained their senses. Especially when they saw the vague silhouette of the Dionia camp in the distance with the help of the moonlight, many of the warriors began to get excited. In this expedition to Sicily, they first followed Hasdrubal to capture Thyedium, then slaughtered Agrigento, Econome, and Gela, looted a lot of trophies, enjoyed Greek women, and killed many Greek men. But they did not suffer many casualties, mainly because Hasdrubal never asked them to participate in difficult siege battles. For example, when attacking Enna and Paragonia, they just stood by and watched. They only participated in a frontal battle once, and it was against the soldiers of the Greek city-states on the south coast, so they did not feel much pressure. Although Hasdrubal once said, "The Dionysian army is a strong enemy." On the contrary, they were eager to defeat the Dionysian army and cut off the heads of the Dionia soldiers to prove their strength, and now was the opportunity. The so-called civilized people of Carthage and the Greeks were afraid of the night, but they were not. On the contrary, they liked to use the night to cover their tracks, quietly approach the enemy, and then launch a deadly attack. In Iberia, this was how they dealt with the Carthaginians, and in the end, they forced the Carthaginians to sign a peace treaty. Now, they were going to use this tried-and-true method of attack on the pitiful Dionians. Thinking about how they were about to taste the blood of the Dionians, the Lusitanian warriors gripped their daggers tightly and quickened their pace. But during the march, almost no one made a sound except for the sound of their footstep. Just like that, 4,000 people quietly approached the Dionia camp. The huge Dionia camp was also very quiet. There was a burning torch erected at every section of the wooden fence, illuminating the surroundings, but there were no sentries patrolling. Sentries could be seen on the towering sentry towers behind the wooden fence, but they were all in a deep sleep. The Dionia people thought that since they had blocked the mountain road, they could boldly attack the city of Palermo's. There would be no more enemies to threaten them, and they could boldly attack the city of Palermo's. That was why the security of the camp was so lax. After discovering that the situation in front of them was advantageous to them, the Lusitanian leaders were very happy. They led the soldiers to no longer hide and approached the camp in a loose formation. Due to the lack of time, the Dionia people had not set up traps around the camp, so the Lusitanians easily came to the trench at the east gate of the camp. Then, some soldiers carefully climbed over the trench and came under the wooden fence. Some of them piled on top of each other and climbed up. Some took out lassos, threw them onto the wooden wall, and accurately hooked onto the wooden stake at the top. Then, they grabbed the rope and climbed up. In a short while, more than a dozen soldiers climbed over the wooden fence and quickly opened the camp gate. The Lusitanian soldiers who were waiting outside the camp rushed into the camp eagerly. They let out a deafening roar and killed their way into the tents, but the soldiers who rushed into the tents found that there was no one in the tents. Just as they were feeling surprised, a loud bugle suddenly sounded in the camp. Darkness surged in front of them, and countless Dionia soldiers appeared in the passage between the tents, holding long shields and spears. They lined up in a dense formation, forming a shield wall, and approached the Lusitanian soldiers. The first reaction of the Lusitanians was not to go forward to fight, but to realize that they had been tricked. If the sneak attack fails, retreat immediately and try again next time, was their traditional tactic. So, the Lusitanian leaders immediately shouted, "Retreat! Let's retreat!" The soldiers turned around and wanted to run out of the camp gate. However, the bugle earlier was not only to let the Dionia soldiers stop the sneak attack inside the camp, but also to inform the troops lying in ambush outside the camp to take action. So, when the Lusitanian soldiers rushed out, they found that there were also countless Dionia soldiers outside the camp gate, completely blocking their way out. At the same time, there were also soldiers coming from the passage inside the wooden fence, cutting off their last way out. "Lord Commander, we have completely surrounded the enemy," Tagru, who was standing on a sentry tower in the camp, said excitedly as he observed the situation inside the camp. Although Leotychides did not say anything, he looked a little more relaxed. He and Xanthoparis had long expected that Carthage might send the mountain tribes to support them, so he and Xanthoparis had sent out the mountain reconnaissance team of the two legions to closely observe the abnormalities in the surrounding mountains. The specially trained reconnaissance soldiers were evenly scattered in the mountains in the south. As a result, at noon, someone discovered the Lusitanian army trekking in the mountains. They did not act rashly to alert the enemy. Instead, they sent people to continue to follow and monitor them while sending someone back to the camp to inform Leotychide. Therefore, the Lusitanians thought that their actions were secretive, but they did not know that their movements were completely under Leotychide's control. He had already cast a net, waiting for the ignorant moths to crash into it. Seeing that there was no hope of retreat, the Lusitanians decided to use force to fight their way out. They held up their wooden shields and used all their strength to hit the shield wall of Dionia that blocked their way. Then, they used their Phakara daggers to stab the Dionia soldiers who exposed a gap in their defense. The soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia tried their best to maintain a dense formation, using their bayonets to force the enemy to stay away from them. At the same time, with the strong support of their teammates in the rear, they used their strong shields to suppress the enemy. The ones who really killed the enemy were the light infantry behind the heavy infantry of Dionia. They threw round after round of arrows and javelins at the enemy in the encirclement. Most of the Lusitanian soldiers had no other protection except for their helmets and wooden shields. Therefore, the long-range attacks of Dionia caused a lot of damage to them. However, the continuous fall of the soldiers who were hit by the arrows inspired the courage of their companions. They were like injured beasts, fiercely hitting the shield wall formed by the soldiers of Dionia. They used wooden shields, daggers, fists, teeth. They used everything they could to kill the enemy that blocked their way. Therefore, even though Dionia had surrounded the Lusitanians with nearly 4 times the number of soldiers, the battle continued. The people of Palermos were awakened by the movement outside the city. They went up to the top of the city wall to take a look. They saw that the camp of Dionia was brightly lit and the sound of killing was loud. They were excited about the arrival of the reinforcements, but at the same time, they were worried about their safety. Almost all of them were praying to god Melkat at the top of the city wall, but they never thought of sending troops out of the city to support them. Of course, even if they had the guts to send troops out of the city, the 1,500 light-armored soldiers that Leotychides had left behind would be put to good use. The prayers of the people of Palermos did not work. When it was almost dawn, the sounds of fighting from the camp of Dionia gradually disappeared. 4,000 Lusitanian soldiers were either killed or wounded, but no one surrendered. The east gate of the camp was surrounded by corpses. The Dionysian army had also lost nearly 600 men. On the morning of the second day, Hasdrubal led his army to the wooden stockade at the exit of the mountain path with anticipation. Instead of being welcomed by the gates, He was shocked to see the heads of hundreds of Lusitanian warriors piled up into a small hill. Hasdrubal and his men were all terrified. Chapter 999. At the same time, Leotychides ordered the soldiers to place the corpses of thousands of Lusitanian soldiers in front of the city of Palermos. At the same time, he ordered people to shout in Phoenician language at the foot of the city, threatening the people of Palermos to open the city and surrender. Otherwise, they would suffer the same fate. Witnessing the terrible fate of the reinforcements with their own eyes, the threatened people of Palermos panicked. They had an urgent discussion about whether to surrender to Dionia. After all, more than 20 years ago, when Dionysius led 100,000 troops to conquer western Sicily, they had surrendered once. They were all Greeks. If they could surrender to Dionysius, why couldn't they surrender to Dionia? While the people of Palermos were worried about their fate, Middleades was smugly leading the fleet to the south. The port of departure for the Third Fleet was not Thyedium or Messina, but Saros on the island of Sardinia. The day before yesterday, after finishing the discussion with Sicerian and completing the task of escorting the fleet, he led the fleet directly to Sardinia and docked at the outer port of Saros. He was warmly welcomed by the commander of the 9th Army, Tegthinus. At this time, the governor of Saros had already been appointed. He was the old senator from Amendolara, Strompoli. He had no intention of serving in other places, but after a long discussion between the 5 rotating presidents of the Senate, they finally agreed that he was the most suitable candidate among the retired senators of Thurii. So, Cornelis personally came to persuade him as an old friend. In order to ensure that the kingdom would win the war, Strompoli finally accepted the appointment. Along with him were 3,000 reserve soldiers from Thurii and Bruttii. With the new governor's proposal, Tegthinus, who had received reinforcements, quickly led the army north and easily captured St. Iberia. This time, the 9th Army did not start a massacre. Instead, they did their best to capture the people of St. Iberia. At the same time, they tried not to damage the various facilities inside and outside the city. When Middleades arrived in Saros, Strompoli was reorganizing the order in the city. At the same time, he was trying his best to persuade the captive St. Iberians to serve the kingdom and continue to collect and smelt precious metal ores. Tegthinus, on the other hand, was training his army and preparing to attack the surrounding Phoenician towns. After the Third Fleet made sufficient preparations in the outer port of Saros, they left the port early in the morning on the third day, and quickly sailed south. Their target was the Phoenician city of Agilgili on the coast of Africa. Compared to Sicily, the southern tip of Sardinia Island was closer to the Africa mainland, but it was not directly facing Carthage, so its strategic position was not as important as Sicily. However, it was precisely because it was close to Africa and far from Carthage that it created favorable conditions for the Third Fleet to launch a surprise attack. The burning of Hadrumetum did arouse the vigilance of Carthage and its allies, but it was mainly on the side close to Sicily. The Carthage fleet's patrol and defense center was also on this side. After all, 2 fleets of Dionia had already appeared in the waters of Sicily. As a result, the Third Fleet's surprise attack was successful. Not only did it burn down another Phoenician city on the coast of Africa, but it also captured some Phoenician citizens and returned with a full load. This was because Strompoli had told Middleades that St. Iberia was in urgent need of labor. The news of the burning of Agilgili quickly spread throughout the land of Africa. The repeated attacks on the Phoenician cities caused the Phoenicians to panic. Messengers from various cities rushed to the Carthage Senate, strongly requesting Carthage to fulfill his duty as the leader of the alliance and give their cities security protection. The people of Carthage also gathered and once again protested to the Senate, hoping that they would take action to prevent such a tragedy from happening again. The elders of Carthage were under a lot of pressure. After a fierce debate, the Hanoverian party's opinion was adopted, and the Senate finally made 2 decisions. First, they ordered the Navy commander Morbar to not lead his fleet to the waters of Sicily for the time being. Instead, he had to patrol the coast of Africa every day to ensure the safety of Carthage and its allies. Second, they sent messengers to Sicily to pressure the military commander Margo to capture Serenus as soon as possible. Otherwise, Carthage would have no choice but to negotiate peace with Dionia. In the city of Serenus, the battle between the Dionia garrison and the Carthage army had been going on. Although the Dionia garrison used ballistae and abdominal bows to carry out long-range attacks, and occasionally sent troops out of the city to attack and kill the soldiers who were building the walls of Carthage. However, while Margo defended against the attacks of the Dionia garrison, he urged the soldiers to speed up the construction of the inner wall. Due to the large number of Carthage's army, despite the Dionia garrison's efforts to obstruct the construction, the inner wall of Carthage's camp was still completed. Then, Margo sent troops to guard the inner wall. At the same time, he learned from the Dionia garrison and moved the ballistae to the top of the wall to fire at the defenders, thus changing the previous relatively passive situation. Amyntas stood on the top of the wall, looking ahead with a solemn expression. Countless Carthage's heavy infantry lined up in a long line, pouring out of the newly built inner wall. They did not carry weapons or shields, but each of them carried a wooden frame filled with soil on their back. They placed the wooden frames closely in the open space between the inner wall of Carthage's camp and Serenus's city wall, then returned to the inner wall in turn, repeating the process repeatedly. Like building blocks, it did not take long for a wooden hill, with a wide base and a height of almost 3 meters to be built. While Carthage's men were busy, the ballistae on Serenus's city wall did not stop firing. Stone bullets could easily break the wooden frames, but when the wooden frames were broken, the scattered soil would invade the gaps between the wooden frames, making the hill that was being built more solid. There were also ballistae that targeted Carthage's men, but they were too close to the city wall, about 60 to 70 meters. If the ballistae on the city wall wanted to attack them, they had to raise the angle of elevation. In this way, the stone bullets fell almost vertically. It looked amazing, but in fact, the lethality was limited and it was easy to avoid. The arrows shot by the Dionia light infantry were not much of a threat to the Carthage heavy infantry. They could not cause fatal damage to them. Under the urging of the officers, the Carthage heavy infantry had no choice but to face the incoming arrows head-on and complete the task of building the earth frame with the wooden frame. The abdominal archers posed a greater threat to them, but Carthage's men had already pushed out dozens of ballistae, stacked in front of the long line of arrows. The powerful iron arrows might be able to penetrate 1 or 2 thick wooden boards, but they could not really threaten the lives of the Carthage soldiers. "Commander, should we send soldiers out of the city to launch a surprise attack?" Aristos asked. Amyntas shook his head. From the top of the city wall, he could see that behind the ballistae, there was a group of Carthage's soldiers on guard. The enemy's inner wall was also filled with light infantry on standby. The Dionia garrison did not have the advantage of defense. If the soldiers were to attack, it would only lead to a fierce battle with the enemy. Although Amyntas fought bravely, he knew very well that Carthage's forces were 4 to 5 times his. It would be disadvantageous for him to fight recklessly. Moreover, Carthage had a large number of cavalry that could rush out from the other doors of the inner wall at any time. They could quickly circle behind his own soldiers and surround them. Deploy the stone throwers. Let them deal with the Carthage soldiers. Amyntas's words made Aristos's eyes brighten. Among all the legions of Dionia, only the first legion had more than 400 stone throwers. These soldiers from Rhodes were ruthless and accurate within a distance of 100 meters, and could cause blunt damage to the heavy infantry. "How should we distribute these stone throwers?" Aristos asked again. The North Gate was not the only place where the Earth Mountain was being built. There was another one outside the east and west walls. "Focus on the enemy here first." Amyntas said firmly as he pointed to the front. Commander Amyntas, I have a suggestion, Chalcidius suddenly said. Oh, Chalcidius, go ahead. Amyntas looked at the general of Selinus's garrison. His tone became polite. During this period of time, Chalcidius had done his best to assist him, and had indeed given him a lot of help. He had also won his respect. Chalcidius said after some deliberation, Carthage's people rely on their numbers to build the Earth Mountain at all costs. The most we can do now is to delay their progress. Just like the wall they built, they will eventually finish building the Earth Mountain. The purpose of building the Earth Mountain is probably to allow their ballistae and light infantry to attack our soldiers from above and assist their soldiers in attacking the city. We can also increase the height of the wall and make it impossible for Carthage to achieve their goal. Increase the height of the wall? Amyntas was surprised. Chalcidius gestured with his hands and continued to explain, the stone wall built by the Selinus is very sturdy, and the walkway is wide and flat. We can continue to build the wooden wall on the walkway facing the Earth Mountain. We can at least increase the height of the 7-meter wall by 5 to 6 meters. Amyntas' eyes lit up after hearing this. At this time, Aideka objected, but the Carthage have ballistae. The wooden wall can't withstand the attacks of stone bullet. When the time comes, it won't be of use and will instead increase the casualties of the soldiers. Chapter 1000. Amyntas was stunned. He had been so excited by the idea that he had forgotten that the Carthage soldiers also had ballistae. Chalcidius had obviously considered this problem before. He said calmly, the Carthaginian ballistae are indeed worthy of our attention, but in fact their accuracy is not very high. We can also think of ways to overcome this, such as tightening fishing nets on the wooden city walls, or filling the gaps between the wooden frames with enough soil. In addition, since we are going to use wood to build the city walls, can't we do it like how we usually build the sentry towers for our campsite? We can first let the engineering camp build the framework in the city. When the Carthaginians finish building the hill, we can move the wooden framework onto the city walls and quickly finish building it. Then, we can suppress the Carthaginians from above and suddenly kill the Carthaginian light infantry on the hill. This will make the Carthaginians waste so much time building the hill. If they want to regain the upper hand, they will have to build a bigger foundation to build a higher hill. This will take more time. Good idea. That is indeed a good idea. Amyntas laughed heartily. I can't wait to see the faces of the Carthage soldiers who thought they were proud of themselves suddenly turn into disappointment. Aristonos, immediately call the engineers from the engineering battalion and have them inspect the walls. Then, according to Chalcidius' suggestion, build a wooden wall like this to defend against the Carthage soldiers' attack. Yes, Commander. Aristonos immediately turned and went down the wall. Not long after, the catapults from the light infantry battalion arrived at the top of the wall. They followed Amyntas' instructions and began to attack the Carthage heavy infantry below the wall. Heavy lead pellets the size of eggs hit the helmet at a short distance. The impact from the pellets could cause dizziness, and when they hit the breastplate, it would cause unbearable pain. Soon, the orderly line of the Carthage soldiers became chaotic. The soldiers ignored the officers' attempts to stop them and threw down their wooden basket. They screamed and jumped as they dodged the pellets flying towards them. They began to flee in a sorry state. The slingers' attacks were effective. However, not long after, the Dionia soldiers at the top of the city wall suddenly shouted in panic, "Be careful! Flying rocks!" Amyntas suddenly saw countless tiny black dots flying out from the inner wall of Carthage's camp 100 meters ahead. This time, it was the Dionia soldiers' turn to be nervous. They hurriedly raised their shields diagonally, trying to form a shield wall to provide shelter for themselves and the stone throwers. Amyntas gritted his teeth as the others groaned in pain. It must be the Balearic slingers. After the main army landed in Sicily, Leotychides had mentioned to the Devers and other high-ranking Dionia generals that Carthage had thousands of Balearic slingers. Amyntas was the only one who had one, and he was concerned about the Balearic slinger's combat ability. He did not expect to personally experience it in Selinus. The First Legion's stone throwers were not to be outdone and retaliated. Countless lead pellets flew in the air. The other soldiers at the top of the wall could use their shields to dodge the pellets, but the stone throwers could not be protected while they were hurling rocks. As a result, some of the stone throwers were constantly injured. After all, the Dionia's stone throwers were few in number and could not hold on for much longer. In order to preserve their strength, Amyntas had no choice but to switch them out. Soon, he saw the Carthage heavy infantry forming a long line with wooden frames on their backs, piling up mountains of dirt again. At that moment, he heard someone shouting, "General Chalcidas! General Chalcidas!" He stared at the person who shouted and vaguely remembered that it was a platoon leader of the reserve troops. He immediately shouted angrily, "What are you shouting for? What's the matter?" The platoon leader had rushed to the top of the wall and was reprimanded by Amyntas before he could report to Chalcidas. When he saw Amyntas' angry face, he immediately remembered the rumors about him and panicked. "Commander Amyntas is asking you a question. What's the matter?" Chalcidas quickly reminded him. "Yes, Commander. It's like this. We found something strange when we were digging the trenches. The Carthage's men might be digging tunnels." Amyntas and the people around him were shocked. "Where did you find it? Quick, take me there," Amyntas said anxiously. It turned out that after Amyntas became the commander of the defense of Selinus city, he followed Chalcidas's suggestion and began to build inner walls in the city. To ensure that he could build a few more, he built the first inner wall less than 50 meters away from the outer wall. Usually, the walls and trenches were built together. This ensured that the excavated soil could be used to build the walls directly. Amyntas also had strict requirements. The trenches had to be at least 4 meters deep and 4 meters wide. The task of digging the trenches was mainly undertaken by the original defenders of Selinus. Some of the reserve troops complained about this, but Chalcidas comforted them well. After a few days of hard work, the trenches were basically dug. Then, the soldiers had to bury sharp wooden stakes in the trenches. Today, while they were doing this work, one of the soldiers had just dug a sharp hole and was about to bury the wooden stake in it. However, he realized that the sand kept seeping into the hole and sinking it. He was shocked and thought that he had provoked a monster. He hurriedly jumped out of the trenches, knelt on the ground, and prayed devoutly to Hades. Soon, the news spread like wildfire. The leader of the reserve troops, who had rushed over after hearing the news, had more military experience. When he saw this strange phenomenon, he immediately felt uneasy. He immediately got the soldiers to keep quiet and carefully jumped into the trenches. He put his ear close to the place where the soil was sinking and listened carefully. In the end, he heard the sound of digging coming from below. He immediately rushed over to report. The location of the accident was not far from the north gate. When Amyntas and his men rushed over, he personally climbed into the trenches and confirmed the situation reported by the leader of the reserve troops. Then, he was pulled up by the guards with a gloomy face. He cursed with lingering fear, "Cunning Carthage men!" He did not expect that the Carthaginians were building inner walls and piling up mounds of earth. They looked as though they were going to attack Selinus on the surface, but they were secretly digging tunnels to launch a sneak attack on Selinus. Amyntas was completely kept in the dark. Of course, one of the reasons was that after the Carthage men built the inner walls, it cut off the Dionia defenders' observation of Carthage's camp from the top of the city wall. They had no way of knowing the movements of the Carthage men inside the camp. "Lord Commander, the Carthage men may have dug more than one tunnel." Chalcidas came forward and reminded him in a low voice. Amyntas nodded and immediately ordered all the soldiers to stop digging the trenches. The mountain reconnaissance team led the light armored troops to use the trenches built in the inner city to carefully investigate whether there were other tunnels. After a while, the mountain reconnaissance team came to report that they had also found the Carthage men digging tunnels under the east and west walls. Although Amyntas and the rest were already mentally prepared, they were still a little shocked when they heard the news. Adjutant Aristos even speculated, "It seems that the soil used by the Carthage men to build these 3 earth mountains came from the tunnels. How cunning!" Amyntas' face was now ashen. He sternly ordered, "Hurry up and call the engineers over. Let them carefully survey the site and estimate the direction and depth of the tunnels that the Carthage men are digging. Then, design a tunnel that we want to dig that can quickly connect to the Carthage men's tunnel. Then," Amyntas waved his hand forcefully, "kill all the Carthage men in the tunnels." The order was immediately carried out. The engineers determined the route, the reserve soldiers were responsible for digging, and the 3 teams of the 1st Legion were responsible for killing the enemy. Thousands of soldiers dug with all their might and quickly connected the tunnels. The 1st Legion, who were already prepared, immediately rushed into the tunnels. The Carthage soldiers were caught off guard. In order to dig, they did not wear any armor or carry any weapons. As a result, they were brutally killed. The Carthage men who were responsible for transporting the soil at the back fled in panic. The 1st Legion did not continue to pursue them. Instead, they retreated to the back and let the reserve soldiers come in to block the tunnels. He had just started working for a while when the fully armed Carthaginian soldiers came in through the tunnel. The 1st Legion hurried forward to meet the enemy. As a result, the Carthage and Ionia were still intermittently fighting each other with long-range attacks on the surface. But underground, they were engaged in a bloody head-on battle. This battle lasted for the whole day. Both sides kept sending soldiers into the tunnels. In the narrow tunnels, the superior military strength could not be displayed. It was more dependent on the individual ability of the soldiers. In this regard, the 1st Legion of Dionia's exquisite stabbing skills were clearly better than their opponents. In addition, the narrow tunnels were more suitable for short-range weapons. So, the Dionia soldiers had an obvious advantage in the battle. Based on this, Amyntas did not hesitate to send the various teams of the 1st Legion to take turns. It was not that there were no soldiers in the Carthage army who were good at using daggers. The Lusitanian and northern Iberian Celtic warriors were experts in this field. But when Margot asked them to participate in this battle, the leaders of these mountain races firmly refused. They claimed that their warriors were used to standing on solid ground and fighting the enemy bravely under the hot sun. They hated to drill into the dark and damp underground like rats. When the Carthage soldiers, as well as the Phoenician and southern Iberian soldiers that Margot relied on, were defeated again and again from the tunnels, he finally realized that except for the Iberian natives, the main force he relied on may not be weaker than the opponent in a head-on battle, but in a narrow space that relied more on individual ability, they were obviously weaker than the opponent. Chapter 1001. Margot had wanted to make up for this weakness with his advantage in numbers and eventually defeat the enemy, but when the number of casualties approached 2,000, he stopped sending troops into the tunnels. Amyntas also hurriedly blocked the 3 tunnels. The 1st Legion and the reserve soldiers also paid the price of nearly 500 casualties. Fortunately, the Dionia soldiers won every battle, so they were able to rescue the injured soldiers and treat them. Margot sat in the big tent with a straight face, sulking at himself. The people of Carthage thrived on the trade of precious metals, and many of their citizens were engaged in the mining industry. The Maganid family was no exception, especially after moving to the south of Iberia. The army he led occasionally worked as miners when they were not fighting, so his army was good at digging tunnels. The reason why he did not do this when he attacked Paragonia was because the town was located at the foot of the mountain, and the soil was too hard to dig, but Serenus could. The last time he besieged the city of Serenus, he built the earth wall to attack through the tunnels, but not long after Hasdrubal's successful raid on the south coast, the situation changed, and he did not have time to carry out the plan. This time, after careful planning and enough time, the tunnel was successfully dug under the city wall without the Dionia people noticing. At this time, he had two choices. One was to dig horizontally, hollow out the foundation of the wall, and then pull out the wooden pillars supporting the tunnel, causing the wall to collapse and a gap to appear. The other was to continue digging forward into the city, and then wait until night, send troops to sneak into the city through the tunnel, directly attack the Dionia people, and occupy the whole city. Margot chose the latter because he thought that this method could get rid of the defenders of Serenus more quickly and effectively, but he did not expect that it would be discovered by the Dionia people, and in the end it turned out to be like this. From now on, the Dionia people would be more vigilant, and it would be difficult to dig a tunnel for a sneak attack. While Margot was regretting, the messenger sent by Hasdrubal entered the big tent and gave him another blow. Hasdrubal wanted to sneak attack the Dionysian army attacking Paleros, but they were ambushed, and all 4,000 Lusitanian soldiers were wiped out. Margot roared Hasdrubal's name in the tent, scolding him for being so stupid that he didn't deserve to be a scion of the Magonid family. He seemed to have forgotten that he had just failed a sneak attack, which frightened the messenger so much that he shivered in fear. After venting his anger, Margot calmed down. Hasdrubal's army was blocked and could not rescue Paleros, so he could only hope that Paleros could defend itself. But now there were not many defenders in Paleros, so it was necessary to strengthen its defense, but now there was no road. Margot thought for a while and decided to send reinforcements to Paleros by sea. It would not work during the day, as it would be easy to be discovered, so he could only do it at night, which was a bit risky. Although Margot had just suffered a failure in the tunnel plan, it did not dull his spirit. He immediately asked his men to gather 3,000 people from Paleros in the army, and another 1,000 people from Sorus, for a total of 4,000 people, and immediately rushed to Lily. He asked Imazir to find a way to gather the cargo ships in the port and send them to Paleros as soon as possible. For the last 2 days the soldiers had heard that their mother country was under attack, and they had been clamoring to return, which was exactly what they wished to do. So they pressed on, even in the dark of night, and arrived at Lily late at night. But the sentries at the gate of Lily forbade them to enter the city, because the Sicilian fleet patrolled the western sea every day, and sometimes sent the fleet's infantry ashore to harass them. This made the cities of Carthage and Phoenicia very cautious, especially when so many soldiers wanted to enter the military town of Lily in the middle of the night. Of course, they had to be very careful, and the city lord, Imazir, had to personally go to the city to conduct a strict inspection before they could enter. It took nearly an hour to verify the identity of the army and learn the purpose of the army. Imazir then hurriedly sent someone to the port to investigate, but it was too late. It turned out that since the Dionysian fleet began to control the western sea, the number of ships that came to Lily gradually decreased, and now they had basically disappeared. Some of the ship owners in Lily did not want to keep their ships in this blocked port for no profit, so they found an opportunity to escape to Carthage. This left not many ships in the port, far from enough to transport 4,000 troops at one time. At least 100 large cargo ships were needed. The only opportunity was the fleet that came to transport supplies to the Carthage army at night. Although Morbail had successfully organized a large-scale transport of military rations and supplies to Sicily by using the method of building a plank road in the open and moving the grain in the dark, he knew very well that the consumption of an army of 100,000 was huge, and it wasn't enough to rely on a single transport. Besides, after the Dionians learned their lesson, the same method wouldn't work the next time. Therefore, he came up with another idea. Under his suggestion, the Carthage Senate passed a decision to let Carthage and the nearby Phoenician city-states, who had been trading with Sicily for years, were familiar with the sea conditions there, and had rich experience in sailing, form 3 small fleets with dozens of cargo ships. They would take turns to load food and supplies during the day, set off at dusk, and arrive at Lily, Mazara, or Eryx late at night. The destination was decided at the time of departure, to prevent the Dionia from noticing if the route was too fixed, and thus waiting for them to arrive at Lille, Mazara, or Eryx in the middle of the night. After unloading the goods, the fleet had to immediately leave the port and return to avoid bumping into the warships of the Dionia. Therefore, the port laborers of these cities rested during the day and were on standby at night. The flames in the lighthouses were unusually bright. Of course, if the weather was bad at night, these small fleets would stop transporting goods. So far, the fleet had successfully transported goods a few times. Although the amount of goods transported each time was not much, it was better in the long run. Coincidentally, the ship's destination that night was Lily Bay. Unfortunately, by the time Imazir sent his men to the port, the ship had already left. While Imazir sighed, he decided to send someone to inform the cities of Mazara and Eryx tomorrow morning. No matter which port the Carthaginian fleet arrived at tomorrow night, he had to inform them to help transport the soldiers. In addition, he would also ask the two cities to send all the idle cargo ships in the ports to Lille, so that there would be a sufficient number of ships to transport all the soldiers to Palemos in one go. After making these decisions and settling the soldiers in the barracks, Imazir finally felt relieved and went back to sleep. Not long after Margot sent the reinforcements away, he received a messenger from Lille, bringing an order from the Senate. Because the Dionysian fleet had attacked the Phoenician allies in Africa several times, the Senate decided to transfer the fleet back to defend the coastline of the mainland. They also hoped that Margot could speed up the progress of the siege and capture the city of Selinus as soon as possible. Margot was enraged again after reading the order. Ever since Morbar won the naval battle, there had been no other result. The Dionian fleet was still patrolling the western seas, but the Carthaginian fleet's presence in the western seas made it so that the Dionian fleet did not dare to attack the rear of the Carthaginian fleet on a large scale. The number of attacks was significantly reduced. Margot was able to concentrate on building the inner and outer walls and hills of the camp and concentrate his forces on attacking Serenus city. Now that the fleet had been transferred back to Carthage, the Dionysian fleet could unscrupulously attack the rear of the army, forcing Margot to be distracted. Moreover, the defense of the Dionia army was tight. If the Carthage army attacked by force, even if they took Selinus in the end, they would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. How could they achieve their intention of fighting the main force of Dionia? Margot strongly suspected that this order from the Senate was instigated by the Hanoverian faction. While he cursed Hanno in his heart, he also decided to ignore this order and attack the city in an orderly manner according to the original plan. The next day, the soldiers of Carthage continued to build the earthen hill. They had already begun to tamp the wooden frame with soil. The Balearic soldiers on the inner wall kept throwing lead pellets to suppress the long-range attacks of the defenders of Selinus, so that the construction of the earthen hill could be carried out in an orderly manner. On the other hand, Amyntas ordered the light infantry at the top of the city and the ballista troops to attack the busy Carthage soldiers in front of the city with all their might to disrupt and delay the enemy's construction of the earthen hill. At the same time, he also ordered the soldiers of the mountain reconnaissance team to be distributed throughout the trenches in the city, carefully listening to the movements underground to prevent the enemy from digging another tunnel. In addition, he also separated some soldiers to assist the engineering battalion in building the wooden wall. In the evening, the Carthaginian fleet and the cargo ships of Mazara and Eryx arrived at Lilith as promised. After loading up 4,000 reinforcements, the cargo ships quietly sailed north and finally entered the port of Palermos. When the soldiers jumped off the ship excitedly and boarded the dock, they were ready to rush back home to enjoy the warmth of their wives and children. But in front of them, countless soldiers in black helmets and armor appeared and surrounded them. The hearts of the reinforcements suddenly fell to the bottom of the valley. Palermos had already been occupied by the Dionia? The truth was that Palermos had surrendered to the Dionysian army. The reason why Leotychides appeared to be more confident when he discussed the attack on Palermos with the Middle-Aids was because he had a team of hundreds of engineers left behind by the Devers to assist him in attacking the city of Syracuse. When they left Syracuse, they also dismantled as much of the siege equipment used to attack Syracuse as possible and placed them on the cargo ships to be transported over. Library of Literature. Chapter 1002. While the soldiers were building a camp outside the city of Palermos, engineers and carpenters were assembling and building siege equipment. When Leotychides piled up the corpses of the Lusitanian soldiers outside the city and asked them to surrender, the people of Palermos held an emergency meeting to discuss this matter. However, when Leotychides saw that the people of Palermos did not give a clear answer for the whole morning, he immediately launched an attack. Tens of thousands of heavily armed soldiers lined up in front of the city, pushing all kinds of siege equipment and began to attack the city. The people of Palermos hurriedly organized themselves and went up to the city to resist. The battle began in the afternoon and lasted for more than 4 hours. The Dionysian army did not attack the city with full force. It was just a test of force, so there were not many casualties, and they were calm when they retreated. However, for the people of Palermos, the more than 4 hours of defensive battle was like a nightmare. The Dionia soldiers attacked the defenders on the city from a distance from the towering mobile towers. The archers and javelin throwers directly approached the city under the cover of the arrow carriage, covering the top of the city with a rain of arrows. The stone bullets fired by the ballista constantly fell into the city, destroying houses and injuring people. The iron arrows shot by the bowmen could kill the defending soldiers on the top of the city. Not to mention, every time the heavy infantry of Dionia used ladders and ants to attack the city, the defenders of Palermos had to pay a large number of casualties before they could drive them down. Therefore, when the Dionysian army retreated, the people of Palermos did not feel happy about their victory. They suffered more than 1,000 casualties, and more than half of them were young and strong citizen soldiers who were the main force of the city defense. The sea was blocked by the Dionysian fleet, the land was surrounded, and Carthage's reinforcements were annihilated. The people of Palermos had lost the confidence to defend the city. They quickly held an emergency meeting at night and quickly passed a resolution: surrender to the Dionysian army. All the citizens present deceived themselves that this was only a temporary surrender to protect Palermos, just like how they surrendered to Dionysius when Syracuse attacked the west more than 20 years ago. When Carthage's army regained the upper hand, they could return to the West Phoenician family centered around Carthage. So early the next morning, the messengers of Palermos went to the Dionia barracks and formally proposed to Leotychides that Palermos was willing to surrender. When Leotychides, Cypros, Xanthoparis, and the Middle-Aids discussed attacking Palermos, of course, they also discussed what to do if Palermos surrendered. In this war, so far, Dionia had basically adopted the method of reducing the people in the town to slaves, and the whole town would be completely integrated into the kingdom of Dionia. This was the case for Alenia, Saros, and Serenus. The only difference was Saint Iberia. After the 9th Legion captured Saint Iberia, Stromboli personally comforted the captive Saint Iberians and made a promise: as long as they did their best to smelt and cast precious metals for the kingdom, when the war ended, not only would they be given freedom, but they would also be supported to apply to become citizens of the kingdom of Dionia. Cypros, who had rich political and administrative experience, believed that Palermos was different from the Phoenician city-states in Sardinia and Corsica. It was not under the control of Carthage, and it was just an ally of Carthage. It was an independent city-state, just like the Phoenician city-states in Sicily and Africa. As for its surrender, of course, the treatment would be different from the treatment of the Phoenician city-states on the 2 small islands. Cypros proposed that Palermos be integrated into the Dionia alliance. This way, both sides could accept it, and it could achieve the purpose of quickly recruiting the other's forces to surrender, saving time, and weakening the other's strength when both Dionia and Carthage's armies were gathered at the front lines. This would also set an example for the other Phoenician city-states to avoid future battles. His proposal was approved by the 3 high-ranking generals, so when the messenger of Palemos came to discuss the surrender, Leotychides proposed that Palemos be integrated into the Dionia alliance, which was indeed a surprise to the people of Palemos. Moreover, Leotychides also proposed that in this war they would not collect food from Palemos, and they would not recruit as many Palemos militia as possible. However, the people of Palemos must find an opportunity to persuade the Palemos militia in Carthage's army to surrender. The messenger of Palemos agreed, but the next request of Leotychides made him hesitate. The Dionysian army must be stationed in the city of Palemos. The messenger objected to this, but Leotychides' attitude was firm. The Dionysian army needed Palemos as the forward base of the 7th and 8th legions, and its port as the base of the 3rd Fleet. Therefore, it was necessary for the army to be stationed there. If the people of Palemos could not agree, then the surrender would not be achieved, and the Dionysian army would immediately launch an attack, capture the city, and completely control it. Faced with Leotychides' strong stance, the messenger of Palemos backed down. Of course, Leotychides also made a promise in the name of Hades. The Dionysian army would not interfere with the internal affairs of Palemos, violate the laws of Palemos, forcibly occupy the houses, and harass the people. The messenger of Palemos brought Leotychides' negotiation conditions back to the city. The citizens' assembly had no objection to the condition of making Palemos an ally of the kingdom of Dionia, but there was a heated debate on the issue of letting the Dionysian army station in the city of Palemos. But at this time, the Dionysian army once again gathered their troops in front of Palemos, threatening that the people of Palemos must make a decision within half an hour, or they would attack the city. The people of Palemos had no choice but to agree to surrender under the heavy pressure, and they hoped that the people of Dionia would keep their promise. Leotychides asked Xanthoparis to lead the 7th Legion to guard the camp and guard the Carthage army to the south of the mountain, while he led the 8th Legion into Palemos. As soon as the army entered the city, they quickly took over the defense of the entire city wall, the entrance and exit of the city gate, and the management of the port. More than 8,000 troops were divided into 2 places. One was in the square of the city, and the other was in the port. The people of Palemos hid in their houses, peeking anxiously at the orderly formation of Dionia soldiers who entered the city with their heads held high. Although the reputation of the people of Dionia was well known in the western Mediterranean for keeping their promises, the city of Palemos was now like a woman who had taken off all her clothes. Even in the face of a strong man with a kind look, she would tremble in fear. But what they feared did not happen. The soldiers of Dionia focused on setting up tents, building new camps, and taking over the key points in the city. There was not a single incident of looting or violence. More than a decade of military training had made the people of Dionia accustomed to obeying the military law, not to mention that their commander was notoriously strict. How could they, who had just won a battle, destroy their bright future in Dionia for a little indulgence? Even a small number of Catanians complained. Previously, Carthage's army destroyed their homes and destroyed the Catania plain. We should not be so lenient to these accomplices. The officers would comfort them. There are no Palamosians among these accomplices. They did not follow Carthage's army to the east, but stayed in the camp outside Serenus. Of course, this was what the messenger of Palemos said, and Leotychides was willing to believe him at this time. It can be seen that the people of Palemos and Dionia have no grudge against each other. The good performance of the soldiers of Dionia in the city slowly dispelled the fear in the hearts of the people of Palemos. Gradually, people tried to walk out of their homes and met the soldiers of Dionia on the street. Nothing happened, and some Dionia soldiers even smiled at them. This made more people let down their guard and walked on the street. Throughout the day, the city of Palemos remained calm. The soldiers of Dionia and the people of Palemos did not interfere with each other, and went their own way. In the evening, Leotychides, who lived in the camp in the square, was woken up by the officer stationed at the port. He learned that Carthage's people had brought reinforcements by sea and wanted to enter the port. Leotychides immediately had an idea. He sent someone to summon several high-ranking officials of Palemos and asked them to help lure the reinforcements into the port. The leaders of the city may have regretted surrendering too early when they received the news, but what was done could not be undone. The citizens of the city were under the control of the Dionysian army, and they had no choice but to obey. However, when they learned that most of the reinforcements were citizens of their own city, their actions became much more proactive. So when the reinforcements landed at the port and were surrounded by the 8th Legion, they hurried forward to persuade them to surrender. Of course, the reinforcements had no other choice. The fleet of reinforcements realized that they had been tricked and immediately wanted to escape from the port, but the people of Dionia stationed at the port had already closed the water gates and pulled up the chains to block the sea. The entire fleet was trapped. Not only did they gain 4,000 soldiers, but they also captured a fleet of Carthage ships. The 8th Legion could be said to have gained a lot that night. However, after questioning the reinforcements of Palemos and interrogating the sailors of Carthage, Leotychides suddenly came up with a very bold and crazy idea. He immediately issued an order. The whole city was under martial law and no one was allowed to go out. Then he sent someone to summon Xanthoparis, who was outside the city, as well as the commander of half of the mountain reconnaissance brigade, Tegetus, who was the hero of the conquest of Syracuse. The three of them discussed in the big tent in the city until dawn. During this time, they repeatedly interrogated the sailors of Carthage. Chapter 1003. At dawn, 2 fast ships sailed out of the port of Palermos. One went to Saros to inform the 3rd Fleet, and the other to Minoa to report to the king of Devers. Due to the sudden ban imposed by Leotychides, the higher-ups of Palermos and the commander of the reinforcements of Sorus came to ask for the reason. Especially the commander of Sorus. He had promised to cooperate with the Dionia last night to persuade Sorus to surrender. Now that the Dionia suddenly announced a blockade of the whole city, they were all worried that the Dionia would break the agreement after achieving their goal. In the end, Leotychides patiently explained the reason and asked for their cooperation. Since the fleet left the port of Lilibo last night, no cargo ships belonging to Lilibo had returned, and there was no news of any reinforcements. The mayor of Lilibo, Imazir, had been worried about their safety. His officers kept comforting him, saying that it was normal not to hear any news of reinforcements, because the Dionia had surrounded the city of Palermos. Moreover, when the fleet arrived at the port of Palermos with reinforcements, it would be daybreak by the time the soldiers got ashore. The cargo ships would not dare to leave the port again. They would definitely wait until tonight to quietly return. After listening to the words of his men, Imazir was somewhat comforted. In addition, there were many things to do during the day, such as organizing labor to transport supplies to the Carthage camp, transferring people to the camp to assist in the construction of siege facilities, and transporting some seriously injured people back to Lilibo for treatment to avoid affecting the morale of the camp. The busy Imazir temporarily put this matter to the back of his mind. When the sun set, night fell, and the people of Lilibo began to fall asleep. A fleet was approaching the port of Lilibo from the west. Under the cold moonlight, the lighthouse keeper in the port lighthouse was the first to notice the situation. He immediately lit an oil lamp, extended it out of the lighthouse, and shook it according to the prescribed movements. After the port received the signal, it immediately sent out a patrol ship. The patrol ship left the port and anchored outside the water gate. After waiting for a while, the fleet arrived at the port. It looked like a large fleet, about 60 large cargo ships. The patrol ship immediately approached the large cargo ship with the flag of the city-state of Carthage flying on its mast. The captain of the patrol held a lighted torch high, and by the light of the fire, He could clearly see the situation on the cargo ship. There were 30 oarsmen, a helmsman, and a captain, all of whom looked like Carthage or Phoenicians. In the middle of the hull, a lot of goods were piled up, a lot higher than the ship's railing, and they were tightly covered with several layers of thick linen. This scene was no different from the previous times. The only difference was that he didn't recognize the captain. Before he could say anything, the owner of the cargo ship asked, "Hey, the fleet led by Fiborica delivered rations to you last night, but I haven't seen them return. Their families are very worried. Tell me, did something happen to them? They have another special mission." Hearing this, the captain of the patrol ship felt that some people's speculation about the Lily cargo ship not returning might be right because Carthage's fleet had not returned yet. However, he did not let his guard down. Instead, he shouted, "Who are you? Why aren't Tesora, Onis, or Susse's leading the fleet? Do you think I want to come?" The captain of the cargo ship complained loudly. If it wasn't for the fact that the people of Dionia attacked Africa again and burned the city of Ogilgili, the Senate was enraged and ordered old General Morbard to strengthen the defenses of the coast of Africa, and under Morbard's suggestion, the Senate recruited experienced old ship owners like Tesora and Onis to be the captains and helmsmen of the newly built warship. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have had the chance to deliver the goods to you. How dangerous it is to sail such a long distance in the dark. We set off more than an hour earlier. We wanted to travel a longer distance while the sky was still dark to reduce the danger. However, we encountered a strong gust of wind on the way. In the dark of the night, the fleet was in chaos. We collided with each other, causing a few ships to sink. At this point, the captain looked sad and angry. When the captain of the patrol ship heard this, he did not know what to say for a moment. He finally understood why this fleet arrived earlier than the previous few times. It turned out that the transport fleet had been replaced with a group of novices who did not have enough sailing experience. No wonder he saw that some of the sailors did not look too natural. It seemed that they had not recovered from the previous thrilling experience. The captain of the patrol ship quickly changed the topic. He pretended to be surprised. The Dionysian fleet burned the city of Ogilgili again? Not only did they burn it, but they also captured many of the people of Ogilgili this time. We were all frightened. Everyone gathered at the Senate to protest. We even pushed Sophie Tepenlako, who came out to persuade them, to the ground. Ha ha ha, these damn senators only know how to collect our taxes, but they do not know how to win and how to protect Carthage. Sigh. I heard that the Senate later held a meeting. That old man Isiaruba used to firmly support the war with Dionia, but this time, he proposed to negotiate peace with Dionia. The captain of the patrol ship rambled on. The names of the familiar and unfamiliar senators of Carthage, as well as their embarrassing stories, were very interesting to the captain of the patrol ship. Most of the wariness in his heart had disappeared. However, this was, after all, an unfamiliar fleet to him. He still had to do the necessary inspection. So, he said, "Captain, what's your name?" "Hacker. Many people in Carthage call me the hacker who is the best at talking." "Captain Hacker." The captain of the patrol ship interrupted him. "I want to check the goods on your ship." "What?" "This is the usual practice. Every time a fleet comes, they will go through the same inspection," the captain of the patrol ship said with a straight face. In reality, other than the first inspection when the three of them led the fleet, they did not check the goods again. "All right." Hacker hesitated for a moment, then reminded the captain, "You better hurry up. Don't delay us. We have to hurry back to Carthage." The patrol ship approached, and the captain boarded the cargo ship. Then, he lifted up the thick linen cloth. The linen cloth was wet. This confirmed what the captain had said about the strong wind. Sacks of flour were neatly stacked in front of him. There was nothing else on the ship. That was why the linen cloth was used to cover the flour. It was to prevent the seawater from splashing on the flour. Now, it seemed that this batch of flour was in trouble. They had to be transported to the camp quickly and made into bread to eat. The captain of the patrol ship showed a regretful expression and covered the goods with the linen cloth again. Seeing this, Hacker explained awkwardly, "The wind and the waves came quickly, so we were unprepared. However, we can still eat." The captain of the patrol ship did not reply. He jumped back onto his ship and sailed to the second cargo ship. "How many ships do you want to inspect? We are running out of time," Captain Hacker shouted from behind. The captain of the patrol ship did not reply. He quickly finished inspecting the second cargo ship and rushed to the third one. Each time, he heard Captain Hacker urging him to hurry up, but he did not respond. When he jumped onto the fifth cargo ship, he heard Captain Hacker shouting angrily, "Attention, all captains! Turn back to Carthage immediately!" The cargo ships behind him started to turn back after hearing his shout. The captain of the patrol ship panicked. In the past, the management of Lilyport had always respected the Carthage fleet. After all, they sailed in the dark and traveled such a long distance. It was very risky for them to transport the goods to Lilyport. Lilyport had always tried its best to provide them with the greatest convenience. This time, it was only because there were new crew members and it was a time of war. Out of caution, the inspection was so detailed. However, if they really offended these ship owners, they would spread the news back to Carthage. If no more cargo ships were willing to transport goods to Lilyport, Mayor Imazir would not forgive them. The captain of the patrol ship hurriedly jumped back onto his ship and sailed to the leading cargo ship. He told Captain Hacker, "There are no problems with the inspection. We can enter the port now." Only then did Captain Hacker stop the cargo ships from returning to their destination while cursing. After the lighthouse guard received the signal from the captain of the patrol ship to enter the port, he informed the people at the lower level of the lighthouse. They all turned the capstan. The water gate was made up of 3 layers of sea-blocking iron chains, each separated by 5 meters, and each layer was divided into 3 chains, the top, the middle, and the bottom. Each chain was hundreds of meters long, and the total amount of iron consumed was astonishing. But for Carthage, which relied on mining and metal trade to prosper, it was not worth mentioning. Under such heavy obstructions, it was almost impossible for the enemy ships to rush into the port. Hacker looked at the thick iron chains slowly rising in front of him with a complicated expression. The patrol ship entered the port first, and he ordered the cargo ships to follow closely behind. Lilyport's main port was similar to Carthage's. It occupied a long stretch of land that extended into the sea. It looked like a slightly curved wooden stick, and the main part of it was almost parallel to the opposite shore. It was simply a natural breakwater. On the outside of this breakwater, the people of Lily built a 5-meter-high wall and a tower. Together with the height of the breakwater itself, it was more than 10 meters above the sea. At the far end of this breakwater, there was an even taller building. That was the lighthouse. It was 15 meters tall and had a cylindrical shape. The top of the lighthouse was burning with a flame that illuminated the ships in the dark and led the way. There were also many windows on the lower levels for the light infantry to shoot arrows outside. At the same time, there was a special mechanical device inside the lighthouse that could raise and lower the water gate. Therefore, it was also a multi-purpose fortress. The lighthouse was nearly 300 meters away from the opposite shore. It was a little far, so the people of Lily built an artificial breakwater from the opposite shore. It extended over, and there was also a wall on top of it. Finally, there was a tower, which was more than 100 meters away from the lighthouse. A water gate was built between the two. Since the iron chain that controlled the lifting and lowering of the gate was on the side of the lighthouse, when the gate was opened, ships could only pass through the side near the lighthouse. Chapter 1004. If they entered the water gate of the port of Carthage, there were many commercial docks on the coast for merchant ships to dock. Of course, the innermost circular military port was protected by walls, so ordinary ships could not enter. However, Lily Bay was first built as a military fortress, so the coast was also built with 5-meter-high walls and space towers. Only in the innermost part of this rectangular port were there more than 10 docks, and the distance from the watergate to the docks was about 1 mile. Once an enemy ship broke into the port, the defenders on both sides of the walls and towers would launch rockets, making it impossible for the enemy ship to escape. At this time, the patrol ship led the way in front, and the cargo ships filed in behind. One ship after another, they formed a long line and slowly sailed toward the dock. When they were about to reach the dock, the captain of the patrol ship suddenly heard a dang, dang, dang. The bell rang. He was stunned at first, but then he remembered that it was the warning bell from the lighthouse. Enemy invasion? He immediately turned his head and looked back, but he saw that the orderly fleet had become scattered. Some of the cargo ships spread out and rushed to the dock quickly. They were fooled. This fleet was the enemy in disguise. The captain of the patrol ship suddenly understood, and his heart suddenly panicked. In fact, the lighthouse keeper, who had been watching the fleet enter the port, noticed that something was wrong with the fleet. It was not because the cargo ships were disorderly and speeding up to the port, but because before that, he noticed that many cargo ships had suddenly stopped moving forward and were docked next to the natural breakwater. Then, the linen cloth in the middle of the ship was automatically lifted, and many people got out. The goods that were being transported were people. The lighthouse keeper certainly knew that they had been fooled. After he sounded the alarm, he was a little curious in his heart. Why would these cunning enemies dock the cargo ships there? Although the narrowest part of the natural breakwater was 40 meters wide, after the outer wall was built, the inner wall was not built. However, the embankment was rebuilt with special bricks, mud, and gravel, making it firm, straight, and steep. Moreover, it was 7 meters high. It was almost impossible to climb to the top of the natural breakwater from the ship. Moreover, other than the city walls, towers, and lighthouses, there was also a small military camp built on the breakwater. There were 100 light infantrymen stationed there to deal with any emergency in time. Although it was already night time and the light infantry in the barracks were already asleep, the alarm bells were ringing. It was believed that they would soon get dressed and rush out of the barracks to provide assistance. However, the lighthouse keeper apparently forgot that there was another building on the natural breakwater in addition to the barracks, a small temple. It was not only a sacred place for the soldiers stationed on the breakwater to pray to God, but every morning when the port opened, the lighthouse keeper would go to the temple to pray for peace. This had become a necessary sacred ritual in the port. Although the temple was small, it combined the characteristics of Carthage and Greek temples. It was a typical temple colonnade, and it was very close to the inner embankment. All the cargo ships in this fleet were from Carthage, which was the rescue fleet that was captured at Palermo's last night. However, most of the crew members were from Alenia. They had used the same method to sneak into St. Iberia and Saros ports not long ago. They had accumulated a lot of experience, which was why they were able to fool the vigilant patrol captain. The 7 cargo ships at the front were all carrying materials, while the cargo ships at the back were all carrying the soldiers of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade. At this moment, Terentius and his men were standing on the cargo ship that was moving up and down along with the wave. They were swinging the rope in their hands. With the light from the torches lit by the crew members, they looked up at the outline of the temple on the embankment and threw the rope upward. The rope hooks drew an arc in the air and flew toward the temple. Some of the hooks successfully wrapped around the pillars. Terentius and his men immediately grabbed the rope hooks and climbed up the embankment nimbly. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen enemies had climbed up the embankment, but none of the soldiers in the barracks had come out. The lighthouse keeper who was watching from the top of the tower was dumbfounded. He immediately shouted to the people at the bottom of the tower, "Hurry up and close the gate. The enemies are coming." Seeing that they were running down the tower in a panic, the lighthouse keeper started to hit the bronze bell hanging on the wall. Terentius, who was standing at the bottom of the temple, raised his head and looked at the nearby lighthouse where the bell was ringing. He then pointed at his men who were climbing up and shouted, "The 10 of you, follow me and take the lighthouse. Phokinicus, lead the others and get rid of the enemies in the barrack. Then, we will meet up at the lighthouse." "Yes, Captain," Phokinicus replied loudly. "Follow me." Terentius waved his hand and led the way toward the lighthouse. The 10 soldiers followed closely behind him. When they arrived at the bottom of the lighthouse, the thick door was already closed. Terentius did not panic. He extended his hand behind him and said, "Rope hook." A soldier quickly passed the rope hook that he had prepared to him. He grabbed the end of the rope hook and aimed at the stone window that was shining with light. With a little force, he threw the rope hook in. Then, he pulled back and let the rope hook onto the edge of the window. He then started to climb up. The other soldiers also started to throw rope hooks at the other windows of the lighthouse. While Terentius was climbing up quickly, he suddenly heard a soldier shouting, "Captain, be careful!" He saw a figure appear at the window above him. He instinctively pressed his body against the stone wall and heard a whooshing sound. Then, he felt a burning pain on his back. The enemy's javelin had landed on his back, and the sharp tip of the javelin had sliced through his clothes. The situation was dire. The second javelin would be coming soon. Terentius, who was in midair, would not be able to avoid it. His desire to live made him unleash a great amount of strength. He pushed against the stone wall with both feet and quickly pulled on the rope. He climbed up at a speed that was a few times faster than before. When he got close to the window, the enemy had already taken out the second javelin and was about to throw it at him. He quickly pulled out his short sword and hurriedly stabbed it forward. The enemy could not dodge in time and was slashed on his cheek. He cried out in pain and took a few steps back. Terentius took advantage of this gap and held onto the windowsill with his left hand. With a forceful push, his entire body flipped into the tower. He somersaulted on the ground and stabbed the short sword in his right hand again. It pierced the chest of the enemy. In the blink of an eye, the outcome of the battle was decided. The enemy fell to the ground in shock. He did not seem to want to believe what had happened. Terentius had managed to escape in such a dangerous situation and turn the tables quickly. It could be said that he had unleashed the abilities that he had trained hard for more than 10 years to the extreme. Now that he was out of danger, he felt his hands turn numb. He thought about how he had almost gone to the underworld prison and broke out in cold sweat. However, he did not have the time to rest. Instead, he grabbed his short sword and charged at the other enemies. Usually, at night, there would only be one lighthouse guard on duty in the lighthouse at Lilyport. During this period of time, there were a few more guards in order to open the water gate so that the Carthage fleet could enter and leave. There were no soldiers in the lighthouse. However, for the sake of defense, the designers of the city did not build stone stairs to go up and down the city wall. Instead, they merged the end of the city wall with the lighthouse. This way, the soldiers in the military camp had to go through the lighthouse if they wanted to go up the city wall. At night, the patrolling soldiers on the city wall could also enter the lighthouse directly. Fortunately, there were only 5 soldiers in Lilyport. How could they be a match for the ferocious mountain scouts? They were quickly killed by the mountain scouts and the others were captured. However, one of the 10 soldiers who attacked the lighthouse was stabbed by a javelin and was on the verge of death. Terentius led the soldiers and the captives to the lower level of the lighthouse. They rushed to a device that looked like a huge millstone and pushed it with all their might. The water gate that was lowered slowly rose again. Then, another soldier rushed to the top of the lighthouse. He took out a torch that he had prepared, lit it, and raised it high. In this way, there were 2 burning flames on the lighthouse. The flames pierced through the dark sky and spread to the distant sea. More than 100 warships of the Sicilian fleet of Dionia were anchored in the west. A small number of warships were chasing after the fleeing Carthage cargo ship. "Sir," Our signal is coming from the lighthouse in Lilyport. The captain, who had been waiting anxiously on the deck of the flagship, shouted excitedly. Then what are you waiting for? Speed up immediately. Our target is Lilyport. Sicilian could not hide his excitement. The soldiers of the 2nd Legion on the deck understood that the sneak attack on Lilyport was a success. They were all rubbing their palms in excitement. However, due to military orders, no one shouted out loud. In the north, more than 100 warships of the 3rd Fleet were also rushing towards Lilyport. As Imazir had been thinking about sending reinforcements to Palemos last night, he had sent slaves to the port several times in the evening to ask if the Lily cargo ship that went to Palemos had returned. The answer was always no. His confidant comforted him. The cargo ship that went to rescue Palemos not only has to avoid the patrol of the Dionysian fleet on the south coast, but it also has to avoid being discovered by the Dionysian fleet on the north coast, which is closer to it. It is impossible for it to return so early. Imazir thought that it made sense, so he did not send anyone to pay attention to the port anymore. In the end, he fell asleep because of his physical and mental exhaustion. When he was woken up by his slave, he asked in a daze, "Has the cargo ship returned?" "Master, there is a bell at the port." "Bell?" Imazir was shocked and woke up from his drowsiness. "There is an enemy invading the port?" He jumped out of bed, grabbed his clothes, and shouted to his slave, "Quickly prepare the horse. Quickly!" Chapter 1005. Lily Bay was a military fortress. It was originally built to deal with the powerful army of Dionysius, the tyrant of Syracuse. Therefore, half of the city was occupied by military camp. There were a total of 3 military camps, located in the southeast, northwest, and southwest of the city. When Lily Bay was first built, there were 30,000 soldiers stationed in the city. After signing a peace agreement with Dionia, the number of soldiers stationed in Lily Bay decreased year by year. At its lowest, there were only 1,000 soldiers. After the war with Dionia, the number of defenders soared again to more than 10,000. After Margot led his army to land in Sicily, he transferred many soldiers from the city. There were about 10,000 soldiers in Lily Bay, of which 2,000 were Carthage soldiers, and the other 8,000 were Namibians. It seemed like a lot, but their main source was the troops that had suffered a crushing defeat in the previous battle with Dionia. Their morale was low, and there was a big gap in their organization. Margot replaced them in Lily Bay, hoping that Imazir could reorganize and train them to restore their morale. Imazir faithfully carried out this order. Up until now, he had done a good job and had gained some reputation among the defenders. He was now riding to the southwest barrack. This barracks was next to the port, and there were 2,000 Carthage soldiers living in it. The port of Carthage was connected to the city, and was not separated by an inner wall. This made the transportation and trade of goods in the city more convenient, and also reflected the confidence of a powerful country in the western Mediterranean. As for Lily Bay, as a military fortress, not only was the port separated from the city, but the inner wall was not just a sentry post. It was a real city wall, tall and sturdy, with many towers. It was no different from the outer city wall. By the time Imazir rushed to the barracks, the soldiers in the barracks had already gathered. However, a few young Carthaginian generals ran to the field in a panic. They did not bring their helmets, and their armor was incomplete. Imazir was a little dissatisfied, but he did not reprimand them. Instead, he eagerly asked the team officers in charge of gathering the troops, "What happened at the port?" Just now, the sentries came to report that Dionia had disguised themselves as our Carthage fleet and sneaked into the port. They are attacking the port, but they don't seem to have many people, and they are not wearing armor," said a team officer. Hearing this, Imazir was a little relieved. He ordered, "The heavy infantry immediately enter the port and destroy the enemy invading the port. The light infantry go to the top of the city wall and attack the enemy and the enemy ships in the port." After giving the order, he was still a little worried, so he sent the messenger to inform the other 2 barracks to gather the soldiers and go to the top of the city wall to defend. Even though the Dionia fleet had sneaked into the port, Imizir was still confident in the port's defense. So, he had the illusion that Dionia had sent so few troops to attack the port to bay just to attract the defenders' attention. The real attack was on. When the team officers went to carry out the order, Imizir criticized the young generals. "Lord Margot did not want you. He said that you only know how to talk big and completely lack the ability to lead troop. So, he threw you to me. Now is the chance for you to prove yourself. Fight bravely. Fight for the honor of the Carthage nobility. Don't let others look down on your family because of this." The generals said yes. They would never let the governor down. Imizir watched them put on their armor with the help of the servants. He felt a little regretful. He did not strictly train them in the city before. When it came to the real battle, he found that they were so weak. Fortunately, he listened to Margot's advice and promoted the experienced and brave civilians to mid-level team officers. Usually, he mainly relied on them to lead the troops in training. The southwest barracks were built near the gate leading to the city from the port. Imizir quickly went to the top of the city wall. The sentries had already set up burning torches on the battlements, so he could directly overlook the situation at the port. It was already chaos. Countless people were screaming and fleeing, many of them naked. Dozens of Dionia soldiers with leather shields and daggers were driving them to the gate. There were already many people gathered under the city wall. They were desperately knocking on the gate, loudly begging the guards to open the gate and let them in. On the pier, there were dozens of Dionia soldiers escorting some people, forcing them to board the docked cargo ship. "Sir, there are too many people in front of the gate. If we open the gate now, they will all rush in. The soldiers under the city wall will not be able to stop them. It is very likely that these Dionia people will also rush in together with them," one of the team officers said worriedly. A young Carthage general immediately retorted, "What's there to worry about? There are only a few enemies. Even if we let them into the city, they will only be here to die." Imizir, on the other hand, was deep in thought. If the Dionia people rushed into the city with the crowd and fled in the dark, it would not be easy to kill them. Moreover, there were so many people in the port area. Who knew if there were spies from Dionia among them? What if they came to the city to wreak havoc? As a military town, the city of Lily was strictly controlled. In the beginning, only the guards, their families, officials and their families, as well as military support personnel such as blacksmiths, carpenters, and craftsmen could live in the city. During times of peace, due to the prosperity of trade, the nobles of Carthage were allowed to buy land and live in the city. However, there was always a rule that was upheld. Other than the army and the residents of Lily, no one else could enter the city without permission. It was precisely because of the strict control of the people entering and leaving the city that the security of the city was very high. Therefore, the protection of some of the facilities in the city was a little lax. Although most of the supplies had been transported to the camp of Carthage's army, if it was on fire, Imizir's days would not be easy. The interrogation of the Senate, the questioning of Margot Imizir's hesitation was seen by another young general. He immediately suggested, "Sir, there are not many enemies. We can let the light infantry attack from the city wall." Imizir was a little hesitant. After all, he was the governor of Lily. Not only did he have to destroy the enemies, but he also had to manage the whole city. However, there were not many people in Dionia, and they were mixed in with the people. Moreover, it was night time now. If arrows and javelins fell, the casualties would only be the people of Lily, and it would lead to more chaos. If there were more casualties, it would be very troublesome to deal with the aftermath. It would also affect the operation of the entire port. The gains did not make up for the losses. Go and inform General Ragnaka of the Northwest Barrack. Ask him to bring his troops here immediately. When the time comes, open the city gate and attack the people of Dionia in the port. After thinking about it, Imazir finally gave the order. He thought that the 4,000 soldiers of the Northwest Barracks, plus the 1,000 soldiers under the city wall, would be enough to break through the congested city gate. Sir, it's too late. When Ragnaka arrives with his troops, there will be more casualties in the port. The young general reminded anxiously. Imazir glared at him impatiently. According to his judgment, if the people of Dionia went on a killing spree, the people would flee in all directions. The problem of the blocked city gate would be solved, and the trick of the people of Dionia would fail. Therefore, they would not do that. So he said coldly, "Please remember, I am the governor of this city." After saying this, Imazir no longer paid attention to the young Carthage generals. Instead, he gave an order to the light infantry officers. "Your task now is to attack the ships of Dionia in the port with arrows." "Sir, the ships of Dionia are too far away. They are out of our shooting range." At this time, Imazir turned his gaze to the bay. Sure enough, he vaguely saw that the ships on the sea were leaning against the side of the natural breakwater. From this side of the city wall to the other side of the natural breakwater was about 300 meters. Even if the city wall was more than 10 meters above the sea, the archers' shooting range could not reach that far. Therefore, they still had to rely on the long-range attacks from the opposite city wall and the shore. Imazir was puzzled. Why were there no torches on the opposite city wall? What were the soldiers in the opposite barracks doing? Imazir looked diagonally ahead. He was standing further away from the barracks on the natural breakwater. If it were not for a few flickering torches, he might not even be able to find the location of the barrack. As the screams of the people below the city wall were too loud, they completely covered the faint sounds of fighting and screams coming from the barracks on the opposite shore. In addition, Imazir had never thought that the enemy would land on the natural breakwater, which was impossible to land on. Therefore, he did not think that the barracks on the opposite side had already been attacked. He now thought that the soldiers were only slowly running out of the barracks because they wanted to sleep. As the soldiers in the barracks were all sent by the Southwest Barracks, the officers on the city wall did not dare to defend them when they saw Imazir's displeased expression. Besides, they had just arrived at the city wall and did not know the situation well. Imazir did not continue to criticize them, because his attention was completely attracted by the lighthouse further west. He had been in Lily for a few years, and he was quite familiar with the way the lighthouse guards lit up oil lamps at night and used the unique shaking of the lamps to inform the port officials of the situation of foreign ships in the port. However, he had never seen a situation like this. A burning lighthouse flame was set up high beside the burning flame. "What does this mean?" he asked, his finger pointing there. No one could answer. He began to feel uneasy and asked again, "Have the chains on the port water gates been lowered?" Still, no one could answer. As the opening and closing of the water gates were only operated by the lighthouse personnel, there were no sentries stationed in the towers on the artificial breakwater at night. Chapter 1006. Quickly send someone to check it out. The unease in Imazir's heart grew, and he loudly ordered, "Send another 300 light infantry to the other side of the city wall." "Yes, sir." While Tarentus led 10 mountain scouts and rushed to the lighthouse, the rest of the team members rushed to the small barracks not far from the temple. They happened to bump into the Carthage officers who had come out of the barracks to check on the situation. Since the construction of the lighthouse more than 10 years ago, the alarm bell had never sounded at night. The Carthage officers who were woken up by the noise even thought that it was a mistake by the lighthouse guard. That was why they were stabbed when they were unprepared. When more and more mountain scouts rushed into the barracks, some of the Carthage soldiers were wearing their armor, some had just gotten out of bed, and some were still sleeping. So it became a massacre. After the team members easily dealt with the Carthage soldiers, they immediately rushed to the lighthouse. This mountain scouts team that was left behind by the Devers in Katani originally had 500 men. During the sneak attack on Syracuse, more than 100 of them had died. So, there were 360 people participating in this operation. Among them, 160 were disrupting the port area, while the remaining 200 were climbing up the embankment one after another. In the end, they would all enter the lighthouse. When Terentius saw that more and more of his comrades had gathered around him, he could not help but feel proud. He had led the mountain scouts through the Tiber River and sneaked into the sewers, making an important contribution to the final capture of Rome. During the sneak attack on Caslila, the mountain scouts were the vanguard, and he was the first to capture the top of the city. During the siege of Syracuse, he was the one who led the team to capture the Euryalus fortress, opening the door to victory for the capture of the entire city. Now that they had captured the lighthouse at the port and opened the water gate, they had already completed their mission, but he was not satisfied. "Brothers, follow me to capture the sentry post on the wall in front of us. We will win even more merits." Terentius raised his arm and shouted. The team members responded in unison. He left 10 team members to guard the lighthouse and led more than 100 team members through the lighthouse and into the walkway on the wall. A group of people sprinted forward along the walkway. Along the way, they bumped into the Carthage light infantry who were rushing towards them. In the darkness of the night, these Carthage soldiers heard the messy footsteps in front of them and thought that the soldiers from the small barracks had already gone up the city wall. They were not prepared until they bumped into each other and realized that it was the enemy. Other than bows, javelins, and daggers, these Carthaginian light infantrymen had no other weapons. How could they be a match for the mountain scouts who were armed with leather shields and daggers? They were quickly defeated. On the way back, they shouted in terror, "The enemy is attacking the city!" The Dionia army had arrived. As the defeated soldiers approached the gate of the tower, their shouts could be heard clearly by Imazir. He panicked, because this meant that the Dionia had occupied the natural breakwater and the lighthouse. They could then control the water gates and allow the Dionia warships to enter the port. Allow the Dionysian army to land at the port. Imazir did not have time to think about how the Dionia army occupied the lighthouse. He was thinking that the Dionia fleet and army would probably attack soon. As he did not have much combat experience, it was inevitable that he panicked. There was only one thought in his mind: do not let the Dionia army enter the city. So he shouted nervously, "Hurry up and close the gate of the tower. Do not let the Dionia army in. The gate of the port is not to be opened without my order. Hurry up and close it." When the Carthage built the port of Lilybo, they were more thoughtful. The natural breakwater was connected to the land by a wall. Only the city wall could pass through the middle. They also built a tower on both sides of the city wall. Therefore, the only way to enter the natural breakwater was through the walkway on the city wall. These 2 towers were the tallest of all the towers in Lilybo. They were 4 meters higher than the city wall. Moreover, the Carthage also built a gate with the walkway as the bottom and the towers on both sides as the door frame. This was not only to control the access of the natural breakwater, but also as a precaution. In fact, at this time, the Carthage soldiers had already stationed themselves in these 2 towers. After hearing the sounds of fighting on the opposite wall, followed by the continuous screams, the cautious team officer quickly ordered the soldiers to temporarily close the gate of the tower until they had a clear understanding of the situation. When Imazir heard that the gate of the tower was closed, he calmed down a little. He quickly gave another order: "Go inform General Sarkados of the southeast barracks, and ask him to dispatch 2,000 soldiers here. Send someone to urge Ragnaka and ask him to quickly bring troops here." After giving these orders, he still felt uneasy. After thinking for a while, he said to his most trusted subordinate in a low voice, "Immediately ride a horse and rush to see Lord Margot. Tell him that the port of Lilybo has been attacked by the Dionia. Hope that he will immediately send troops to rescue us." The Carthage soldiers closed the gate of the tower. No matter how hard the defeated soldiers shouted, they did not respond. Instead, they lit many torches on the tower. Then, they ordered the light infantry to occupy the tower and attack the Dionia soldiers, who were chasing after the Carthage soldiers on the walkway of the city wall in front of them. This time, in order to hide on the cargo ship and to make it easier for them to climb, the mountain scouts did not even wear leather helmets or armor. Other than a leather shield, they did not have any extra protection on them. Moreover, they were gathered on the narrow walkway, which made them the best targets for long-range attacks. After a few rounds of arrows, many of the mountain scouts in front of them were killed or injured. Even Tarentus was shot in the left arm. The pain eliminated Tarentus' fervent fighting spirit. He hurriedly ordered the soldiers to retreat and hold the lighthouse. The Dionia soldiers retreated, but the Carthage soldiers did not dare to open the gate of the tower for fear of accidents. It was not until the heavy infantry below the city wall arrived that Imazir ordered them to open the gate of the tower. The city wall on the natural breakwater was more than 5 meters tall. They could only go down to the embankment through the lighthouse. If the Carthage soldiers wanted to recapture the lighthouse, they could only go through the walkway of the city wall. This would not be able to make full use of their advantage in numbers. Although there was no gate connecting the lighthouse to the city wall, the lighthouse was more than twice the height of the city wall. Therefore, Tarentus ordered a portion of his soldiers to block the entrance of the city wall, while the other portion went to the small barracks to retrieve the javelins and bows that the enemy had stored. Then, they went to the stone windows on the upper level of the tower to attack the Carthage infantry, who were attacking from below. This would reduce the impact of the Carthage heavy infantry on the entrance of the lighthouse. Tarentus was now regretting his decision. The Carthage soldiers of Lily were not like Casrella and Syracuse. Their reaction to an ambush at night was faster. If he had known this earlier, he would not have been in a hurry to capture the gate of the tower. Instead, he would have seized the time to block the entrance of the city wall and the entrance of the lighthouse with wooden planks or other objects. Now that the two sides were in a head-on battle, it was very disadvantageous for the mountain reconnaissance unit. In a situation where there was almost no space to dodge, the heavy infantry and light armored soldiers were fighting head-on. Naturally, the mountain reconnaissance unit would suffer the most casualties. However, even if the casualties continued to increase, the mountain reconnaissance unit could not retreat even a step. Otherwise, if the Carthage soldiers were to charge into the lighthouse, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, at the entrance of the lighthouse and the city wall, one of the mountain reconnaissance unit could only take the place of another and hold on with all their might. Imazir was also very anxious. This was because the soldiers who had rushed to the tower of the artificial breakwater quickly sent someone back to report that there were many warships approaching the port. The main forces of the Dionia soldiers were rushing over. Imazir was extremely anxious. He knew very well that once these warships entered the port, they would be a great threat to Lilibo. So he issued a death order to Ragnaka, who had already rushed to the city wall. He must retake the lighthouse as soon as possible and close the water gate. Despite the constant shouting and chaos in the port area, both sides actually focused the battle on the fight for the lighthouse. Ragnaka received the order, but he did not immediately send the 5,000 soldiers he led into the attack on the lighthouse. Because the Carthage soldiers who had attacked before had already formed a long line on the walkway of the natural breakwater wall. No matter how many soldiers were sent in, they would not be a threat to the enemies in the lighthouse. So he quickly ordered his men to find ropes to hang down from the wall so that the soldiers could go down to the embankment. On one hand, they could attack the lighthouse from below, and on the other hand, they could prevent the Dionia soldiers from continuing to land on the embankment. As the Sicilian fleet cruised the western waters every day, every warship was more familiar with the sea conditions near Lilibo. Under the guidance of the lighthouse, they had risen to their maximum speed until they approached the water gate. Only then did they slow down slightly. One by one, they stuck close to the side of the lighthouse and entered one by one. At this time, the Carthage archers in the tower connected to the water gate on the opposite side continuously fired arrows at the Dionia warships entering the water gate. Under the night sky, the sparks of light sprinkled onto the sea, looking very beautiful. But the people on the Dionia warships were nervous. The soldiers on the deck put up long shields to block the arrows, and at the same time, they had to clear them into the sea to prevent the warships from being ignited. The sailors in the cabin once again sped up the oars to get the warships out of the range of the arrows. According to the original plan, the first warship to enter the port should go as far in as possible, stick the warships at the beginning of the natural breakwater, and then line up in turn so that the soldiers of the Legion could land on the embankment together. The ship of Stephacas, the commander of the B squadron, would be the navigator. But when he saw the Carthage soldiers fighting fiercely in front of the lighthouse on the city wall, and the lookout also reminded him that the Carthage soldiers on the city wall ahead were hanging down ropes, he immediately realized the urgency of time and immediately pulled the ship to the embankment. He turned the drawbridge at the bow, and the 12-meter-long wooden bridge was easily placed on the embankment. Just like the Third Fleet attacked the west bank of Rome through the Tiber River a few months ago, the 50 soldiers of the Second Legion on the warship quickly climbed over the drawbridge and rushed to the embankment, intercepting the Carthage soldiers who were coming down from the city wall.